I'd like to call this Watsonville City Council meeting to order. I'd like to welcome the public to your chambers. We're glad you're here today to be with us to talk about some important issues today. And I'd like to welcome my fellow council members. Hopefully you guys have had a good productive 2 weeks, some sleep. Says low. Good. I love that. And for anybody wishing to follow along with us today, we have agenda packets available in the front of the chambers when you come through the doors. We have them available in Spanish and in English. Feel free to take whatever is best for you. And so anyone that is looking to address City Council today, we simply ask you to please fill out a blue card with your information. When you come up to the podium and speak, please do us a favor and leave your blue card there so that if we need to follow up, we can easily find you and a member of our city staff can communicate with you. If you challenge any action appearing on this agenda in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public meeting described on this agenda, or in written correspondence delivered to the city clerk prior to or at the public meeting. And so to get us kicked off, Madam Clerk, if you could do roll call, please.
Huffman Gomez.
Present.
Garcia. Here. Gonzalez.
Present.
Hernandez. Hurst.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Estrada.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to item 2 on the agenda, information, written reports only. I hope my colleagues had a chance to look over the reports and the disbursement of funds. If you have any questions or comments, please make sure to send them over to the city staff so that they can follow up. Item 3, reports to council. We will begin with item 3A, introduction of Metro's proposed Watsonville circular bus project. So welcome, and whenever you're ready.
Council members, staff, and public. My name is Barrow Emerson. I'm the planning director at Santa Cruz Metro, your bus company, and I'm here just to give you a quick introduction today about a project that we hope to see unfold next year in Watsonville. I've provided you on screen as well as the materials I've given you. And this will be really short. Just wanted to introduce the project to you. I'll start a little bit while that's getting set up. So real quickly, what we're talking about here is a new Central Watsonville bus route provided by Metro, proposed for the moment to be called the Watsonville Circulator. Whether that ends up being its name, that's just its planning name at the moment, to infer that it's a route that will run completely within generally the central community. And we're very happy to say that we will be using our first ever electric zero emission bus when we get it next year. This is proposed to be a 1-year pilot project, which suggests if it works out, it can continue or evolve or change or whatever we all think, and it should be starting later next year. Again, I mentioned that the idea behind it is to operate in central Watsonville, and the concept is, as you already know, if you could switch to the second slide, please, thank you. That's your current Metro bus system, and what it includes is it includes 3 routes that go from Watsonville to Santa Cruz through various routes, but it also includes 4 routes that operate entirely within your community. It generally goes out to your residential areas and brings people back into the downtown, rather a traditional operation. But what we're finding with the changing demographics of shopping patterns and locations at Center, we applied for a grant for this bus and for some service a couple years ago under the concept of operating a circulator around the community. So starting early next year, we'll come out of the new year in January, and we want to start to engage your community to determine the most popular origins and destinations that this circulator could serve, because we need to decide things like the route, the frequency, where it'll stop, how many days a week, how many hours a day. Should it also include some changes to the existing local routes? And how should it relate to the routes on their way to Santa Cruz? There's two purposes for this. We want to provide more mobility options in town because it really does no good to have someone get on the 79 out at the northeast edge of town to come all the way to the transit center to transfer to the 72 or something to get to the hospital. It's kind of a clunky system. So we're looking to string a connection between origins and destinations that are most popular. We're actually starting our outreach this week at the fair with just a little exercise of people putting dots on maps at our booths, so that's a start. So that's our existing system, and if you could go to the last one, which I provided in your packet, that's a list of significant destinations in the town. So the trick becomes to connect the dots. So all I'm here today to do is introduce this to you, ask you any questions, but the primary questions I would ask you are, who should we talk to? We can do all the traditional public meetings, but I just don't want to put an ad in a paper and show up at a library and not get good contacts. And we know it's always tricky in people's working lives to make time. So we'll use events like the fair. But I'd love feedback from you today or back through either of our Metro board members, Councilperson Gomez and Gonzalez. Tell us who you want us to reach out to in come January, and we will do it. So thank you. That's my formal presentation.
Thank you. Any comments or suggestions for? Yes, Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez.
Can you give us an idea on the circulator of what the radius is? Let's say they're taking the bus. Let's go back to the slide previous to this, if you. Thank you. So let's say they're taking Wheelock and they want to come downtown. What would really be the average length of time it would take so that they can plan out their day? Because some of these obviously are going to be quicker on their cycles than others. And so can you sort of give us an idea of what could be anticipated with somebody that's going to grab up one of these buses and want to come down to the central part of Watsonville?
Thank you. Perfect setup question. So far in our internal planning exercise, we've created 3 different loops. One that could operate every 30 minutes. Obviously, it's a much smaller loop. Then we've created one that would operate every 45 and one that would operate every hour. You can get that the smallest one doesn't hit as many places but could run twice an hour, up to the one that runs once an hour. So that's wide open at the moment, which way to play it. So that when we go to introduce this to the public, we don't just want to walk up with a blank page. We want to give them the range of things we're thinking about. I'd love for it to be the 30-minute loop. Frequency is a key in public transit. But if it doesn't go enough places, we haven't accomplished much. So that's our starting point.
And a suggestion, too, is to get a hold of our Cabrillo College campus that's downtown. A lot of students come down for that class, and they may be quite a few of the people that are riding the services here.
Perfect. And if I can just throw a quick plug, as we all know, Cabrillo College really helped save Metro about 4 years ago in introducing a student bus pass, which allowed us to save the Route 91, which runs from Watsonville to Santa Cruz. But in addition, in the last 3 years, we have modified during the winter, dark time of the year, we've modified our Route 71 alignment so it can get closer to the school so that we don't leave young people out walking around at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night in bad weather in the dark. So we do have a history of working with the Watsonville campus. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Yeah, my recommendation for the reaching out for folks would be our senior centers, the one on Blackburn Street, and also the one on East 5th Street. And also, I think if you reached out to the shopping center areas to get input, because, I mean, a lot of our seniors need to go shopping, and our young folks also, and have that mobility to get to those locations. For that 30-minute short loop idea, I think would be good.
Perfect. Because, it's intended to run all day, at least conceptually, and those are the trips that happen in the middle of the day, so thank you.
Yeah, and then again, we're looking at hopefully having some brew pubs. We do have brew pubs already, and those would be good locations because they don't have to drive.
Absolutely.
I mean, having access to be able to get on mass transit and be able to move around.
Any other questions, comments? I imagine your outreach efforts will be bilingual?
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And, definitely in town, the faith-based organizations, people
Yep.
like to attend church.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think also medical services. People are having to go in for lab work, go to the hospital for services. Salud would be a good one as well.
Yeah. In our Social Security office, we have a lot of folks going there. And Kaiser's setting up also their mental health facility there. So that'd be a good location to set up for outreach.
Yeah,
Very
the-
much.
The county health department, or the county building that's on Freedom Boulevard, in terms of posting that out there, a lot of people are going to the county services there at Crestview and Freedom Boulevard.
And just a quick question, you probably wouldn't be crossing into Pajaro, would you?
Probably not with this product because of the idea of it being a central circulator. As you know, we used to run the Route 79 down there, and it went for months with 0, 1, or 2 ridership. So in the last 2 years, we've rerouted the 79 to make it effective. It struggles a little bit as a route, but admittedly, as you know, with Metro, we sort of have a minimally good service. Our frequency is not going to attract a lot of people to public transit, but at the moment, that's the extent pretty much throughout our system. So that's one of our problems with the existing system. But yeah, the 79's been a trick. Fortunately, MST services coming up through Pajaro have helped us out the 27, 28, and 29.
Okay. No, yeah, just because I know they're Monterey County, but I've always thought of Pajaro as an extension of Watsonville. And we have students, go to Watsonville High, PV Middle School, Hall District, even all the way out there. But completely understand if the constraints.
Another suggestion, too, are some of the larger apartment complexes. We have Mid-Penn, the Pippin project that's on Atkinson. There's 46 units where families may need the resource. You've got a pretty good-size apartment complex that's off of Ohlone. I don't remember the name of that one. Blackburn Apartment is fairly large. Independence Square, that's at the end of Madison. Quite a few of the seniors that live there that may need to have the services for their transportation needs. So that you've got some pockets of a lot of density that are along that. The Towers is another one that's over on Houlihan and Green Valley. That's a pretty large apartment complex as well. Clifford Apartments. I mean, there may be some like site managers
Okay.
that might be helpful to distribute some of the information with their residents.
Perfect. Thank you.
And our ag companies, for sure, maybe our workers can take advantage or at least be aware that this will be available if they need services. Any other comments, questions, suggestions? Councilman Hurst?
Thank you, Mayor. The page 2 on my map's a little highly pixelated. Maybe it's just my glasses or the latest prescription that I've received. If we could get a little more clearer picture, that would be helpful. And always a covered bus stop is what many of our residents are looking for in the wintertime in particular. So thank you very much. We get the general idea. We think it's a pretty good idea. So good luck.
Barrow, one more question is an app, our Metro app of some sort, and being able to have people know that they can download that on their phones so that they have a little bit more time knowing where the transportation hubs are and updates. I think that would be helpful for people that are a little bit more user friendly on the cellular services.
Thank you. And I'll just follow up on, as Council Member Kaufman Gomez knows, Metro's finally about to be introducing real-time information, so you can grab your phone and check the real status of your bus. That'll be unfolding by the end of this year at Metro, so that's going to be a huge step forward. But also, I think what you were referring to is our service alert system and just having people realize there's a lot of information in their hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and your presentation. All right. Thank you, Council, for your questions and your comments as well. Moving on to item 3B, we have a presentation by Andres Silva Solano and Tara Leonard on the Santa Cruz County Health Services Agency tobacco control efforts regarding specifically flavored tobacco and youth appeal. So we'd like to welcome both Andrea and Tara to up here, and whenever you're ready, feel free to begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. and members of the public. My name is Andrea Silva Solano. I'm a health educator with the Santa Cruz County Health Services Agency in the Tobacco Education and Prevention Program. And this is my colleague, Tara Leonard, who's also a health educator in the Tobacco Education and Prevention Program. So first of all, thank you so much for having us here today to talk about flavored tobacco. We were here earlier in the year, sometime in February. We made a brief presentation then. So we have some updates, some more information to share with you all. So I'd like to start first by thanking this council in the city of Watsonville for your leadership in tobacco prevention. I just wanted to mention a few recent highlights or policy changes that have been really significant for our entire county. So first, in 2010, October, the city of Watsonville was the first jurisdiction in our entire county to enact a strong tobacco retail licensing ordinance, or a TRL, which was really important, and it gives law enforcement a real tool to be able to enforce local and statewide laws and really ultimately limit illegal youth access to tobacco. So after that was passed, shortly after, the County of Santa Cruz passed their first TRL in 2011, followed by the City of Santa Cruz in 2013, and then Scotts Valley in 2016. And then just recently, the City of Capitola enacted their first TRL. So finally, our entire county has a strong tobacco retail licensing ordinance, and thereby protecting youth from illegal access to tobacco. So your efforts were very instrumental in other jurisdictions passing the policy. So once one jurisdiction does that, it makes it really easy for other jurisdictions to follow suit. So also in 2013 and 2014, the city made updates to the outdoor smoking regulations, so really expanding those secondhand smoke protections to include other outdoor areas, parks, recreation areas, and outdoor city events. At the same time, other jurisdictions in our county did the same thing. City of Santa Cruz, the Pacific Avenue went smoke-free, the Wharf, the City of Capitola did similar things with their Esplanade, and really just expanding protections for the entire community from secondhand smoke. And then in November of 2014, you all updated the definition of smoking to include electronic cigarettes. So that's pretty much when we started seeing a lot of these new and emerging tobacco products that were considered smokeless and weren't captured in our current definitions of smoking. So we updated those. That also happened across all jurisdictions. So yeah, I just wanted to mention a few of the recent accomplishments that have really made an impact on the overall health of our entire county. We made a lot of progress. Education and policy changes such as these have contributed to increased awareness about the dangers of tobacco and have also made significant reductions in smoking rates over the past years. But we still have a lot of work to do. Tobacco products have evolved and changed and multiplied, and they now look very different from the traditional combustible cigarettes that most of us grew up with, and come in a variety of types and in thousands of candy and mentholated flavors. So in 2009, the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Act was signed into federal law, so it made it illegal for cigarette manufacturers to sell cigarettes that had a characterizing flavor. So flavors like chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, and clove were no longer, because the FDA determined that these types of flavors appeal to youth and younger children. But this ban did not apply to other flavored tobacco products or menthol cigarettes. So since then, we've seen an explosion of different types of flavored tobacco products, including, like this slide shows, menthol cigarettes, cigars, little cigars, cigarrillos, smokeless tobacco, chewing tobacco, like dips, snuff, and snoofs, hookah, and then electronic cigarettes, also known as vapes, which are by far the most popular among youth and young adults. Briefly, I wanted to share just what we call the first generation of vapes or e-cigarettes. As you can see, they really look like our traditional combustible cigarette. They were designed to look like a cigarette. They were battery operated, had a coil, an atomizer, and absorbent material to absorb the e-juice, which contains nicotine and flavoring and other chemicals that were inhaled by the user and then exhaled. A lot of these came preloaded, but some of them allowed the user to load it in themselves to be able to customize their flavors. So that was the first one around 2007. And in between, we had a second generation, third generation, fourth generation. I could really spend a lot of time just talking about the different types and varieties of these vapes. It goes on and on. But I just wanted to highlight a few of the most popular ones here, the types of vapes that are currently the most popular. And I think the first thing I wanted to mention is that these look nothing like a traditional cigarette, right? They look more like a piece of technology. The one in the middle, Juul, looks like a USB. They're not battery operated, they're actually rechargeable. You can charge it on a USB port. Sorin at the bottom here, it's also very popular, it looks like a highlighter. And so most of these are really small and discreet, and again, do not look like the tobacco products that we grew up with. And they're all available in hundreds of flavors. So you're probably wondering, why do flavors matter? And because really, flavors like cotton candy and bubblegum and chocolate and strawberry, they smell good, they taste good, they mask the harshness of traditional tobacco, and ultimately kids are attracted to these products because they smell good. They don't have that harshness of traditional tobacco. In fact, a national study found that 80% of young people who have ever used tobacco started with a flavored tobacco product. That's 4 out of 5 kids. And 75% of those users indicated that they would no longer use this product if it was not available in a flavor. This next slide just shows a handful of the products that are available on the market. I just wanted to share a few of these. Again, these are not designed to look like a traditional tobacco product. So we have Bubble Butt Original Bubblegum e-juice, and Pop Clouds Cotton Candy e-juice, and Pumpkin Pie, and Sweet Mint, and Arctic Ice. Briefly, I just wanted to mention that in 2011, the FDA released a report concluding that menthol cigarettes are starter products and increase smoking initiation among youth and young adults, leads to greater addiction, and can inhibit quitting because the menthol has a natural cooling and numbing effect, causing the user to inhale more deeply and for more harmful particles to settle into the lungs. So ultimately, the FDA concluded that the removal of menthol cigarettes would greatly benefit public health. Studies also suggest that consumers, especially young consumers, tend to perceive menthol and flavored products as less hazardous, right? Because they smell good, so they must be good. But the reality is that they're just as harmful, if not more harmful, because of this lower perception of harm. So candy-flavored tobacco is relatively a new thing, but we're already seeing the impact that they're having on overall smoking rates and youth initiation rates. And so Tara is going to talk a little bit more about this impact and what the data is showing so far.
Partners here at There we go. We have our partners here at PVPSA who are working a lot in the Watsonville schools that are getting a lot of this anecdotal information as well. But we are beginning to see hard data coming in from things like the 2018 National Youth Tobacco Survey. It's pretty startling, in fact. So we knew already that 57% of smokers in the U.S. aged 12 to 17 do smoke menthol cigarettes. Menthol is one of the most popular flavors used by youth. But what was new is that 1 in 5, so 20% of high school students reported using e-cig products. That's an increase of 78% in 1 year. And 1 in 20 middle school students reported using an e-cig product. You have to realize that those numbers are coming in the context of a state that up until recently had a less than 12% smoking rate. And now we're seeing a 20% high school e-cigarette smoking rate. Just recently, the Santa Cruz County California Healthy Kids survey data came out from the 2018-2019 school year. This was done in the fall. 31% of 11th graders here in Santa Cruz County reported having used an electronic cigarette. 51% of 11th graders, so juniors in high school, found it very easy to obtain e-cigarettes, and 19% of them found it fairly easy. And then 22% of 7th graders, so our middle school students, found it very easy, and 22% fairly easy to get their hands on these products. And then a very important piece of data as well, that teens who have tried e-cigarettes are 4 times more likely to try conventional cigarettes. So when we're hearing messaging about e-cigarettes being a safer alternative to traditional cigarettes, you have to keep several things in mind. Most of these students were never using traditional cigarettes in the first place, and in fact, use of e-cigarettes makes them more likely to go on to using traditional cigarettes. Sadly, because this issue is in the news quite a bit right now, I wanted to fill you in on the latest information about the vaping-associated lung illnesses that we're hearing about. As of today, there are more than 450 cases in 33 states. There have been 6 deaths, one that actually occurred in Los Angeles County last week. All of these people have reported using vape devices. Some have used THC, some have used a combination of THC and nicotine, and some have just used the flavored nicotine juices. So right now, we don't know what is causing this illness, but we do know that we have had 57 cases in California. So far, we're lucky in Santa Cruz County that we do not have a reported case yet, but I'm afraid it's probably just a matter of time. People are reporting to their doctors or to ER rooms with coughness, difficulty breathing, shortness of breath, fever, vomiting, general weakness. And sadly, many of those patients are requiring assisted ventilation. So at this point, public health officials are warning people to avoid electronic cigarettes entirely until we know more. And then this last slide is some of the Santa Cruz County retail data. This is data that came from the 2016 Healthy Stores for Healthy Communities survey. And it's important to know that we actually just completed the gathering of this year's 2019 Healthy Stores for Healthy Community data. So this data is likely to be changed very soon. As soon as we get that information, we'll let you know. But the important thing on this slide is that the availability of e-cigarettes in Santa Cruz County increased dramatically, 34% from stores in 2013 to stores in 2016. So 57% of our county stores now are making these products available to the public. And 63% of stores surveyed sell flavored non-cigarette products like we've talked about, which have a kid-appealing flavor: grape, watermelon, gummy bear, chocolate brownie. 84% surveys stores sell menthol cigarettes, and 60% of stores near schools sell flavored non-cigarette tobacco products.
So that concludes the presentation, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions or comments? Councilwoman Garcia?
You began talking about vaping in regards to flavored cigarettes. However, in the data you just presented a little while ago in terms of 450 cases and 6 deaths, those were not all just flavored cigarettes, or were they?
So those were vaping cases. All of those people had vaped something. Some of them had vaped THC liquids, some of them had vaped a combination of THC liquids and nicotine liquids, and some of them had just vaped the flavored nicotine liquids. So that's why at this point we are encouraging the precautionary principle and warning people to stay away from these devices entirely right now until they can get a handle on what exactly it is that's causing this illness.
So it seems to me then that our conversation isn't just about flavored cigarettes, it's also about vaping.
Yeah, I would say it's about flavored tobacco in general. How flavored, candy flavored and menthol flavored tobacco products. So it's all of it. It captures all of it. Just so vaping devices are particularly popular right now, and we're seeing an increase in usage among youth and young adults specifically for vapes, but it's across the board. Flavored tobacco is popular among younger users.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that, yes, flavored tobacco is bad, but it doesn't stand alone separate from vaping, and that vaping is also bad. Even if it's not flavored cigarettes, it could be THC or just regular tobacco. So the point, I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
No, I think you are, and I think that in terms of this particular case of the vaping-associated illnesses, they don't know which it is or if in fact it is the combination. So that data is not available to us yet. Some of those cases, though, did indeed just vape flavored e-liquids.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Few questions. First question is, how is the black market on these products, and what effect would it have if we made stringent regulations on this at a local level? And how are we going to combat that, being with the vapors and the tutti frutti flavors and their access and interstate through interstate commerce?
I mean, I guess that's a question that usually comes up, right? I think that our role as in public health is to educate folks about the dangers of these products, and certainly it's going to take much more than just passing a policy. It's going to take a lot of interventions, education, and for communities, local communities, to do what they can to impact the retail environment. We know that our environment influences our choices. So that's one of the things that we like to focus on, to make changes that we can. And certainly there's going to be unintended consequences. And that's something that, as this evolves, I think that's something that will be addressed at the federal level. But for local communities, making local changes in educational campaigns and increasing outreach and awareness is something certainly that we can do to address this issue.
Councilman Parker.
Could you go back to the slides where you had the little Batman and the Iron Man? There we go. Oh, no, go back. And almost. There you go. I have a quick question about this. The state of California, from my knowledge, has been crazy about packaging when it comes to cannabis, because kids aren't supposed to be exposed to that. And are they not doing the same thing when it comes to vaping or having nicotine, which is still have to be of legal age to access, right, at the stores? Are these being sold here in Watsonville? The Batman, the Iron Man, the Hulk, and even the other ones that look like USB flash drives?
Yes.
And they're being sold here in Watsonville.
Yeah, these are, I mean, if you go, I mean, I would encourage you all to just go to your local convenience store, any of the tobacco shops, and you'll be blown away with the extent of and variety of products. So yes, the top ones here, My Blue, Juul, and Soren, and these are larger. I think these are like second or third generation. These are really popular among the crowd that likes to blow. They're called clouds. So they're bigger, and therefore they can puff larger clouds.
And
Just like to add, though, there's an entire industry around these products. So above and beyond the products themselves, there are what they call skins. There are stickers. There are carrying cases. There are backpacks that you can recharge these items. And I agree with Andrea that one of the best things you can do is go down the rabbit hole. You can go to some of the hashtags like Do It For Juul or some of the other things that the kids follow, and you will see a lot of these items. You can get almost any popular band, any popular television show, any popular singer. So the kids take these devices and they personalize them with all of their favorite things. So what you're seeing right here is actually pretty tame compared to some of the items that are out there.
But the state of California doesn't have any legislation out there that's controlling this at all for kids?
That restricts the sale of,
Yeah.
of tobacco.
This kind of focus that's marketed really for children? I mean, they can say they're marketing it for 20-somethings, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's teenage kid stuff.
So what we're seeing with the marketing is that, as you can imagine, they are taking all of the playbook right out of Big Tobacco. This is Big Tobacco 2.0. But what's different now is the kids are marketing to each other. We have social media. We have Twitter. We have social media influencers. We have hashtags. So as much as you can try to regulate the marketing to youth, they are getting around those rules, and this is all happening, or largely happening, on the Twitter sphere and the social media world.
Yeah, the companies haven't had to do much marketing because, like Tara said, the youth are marketing to each other through Instagram, et cetera. So, yeah, if you get a chance, hashtag #4Jewel.
Thank you.
Or
Councilwoman.
DI4J.
Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
I definitely concur. This has been an education process for us, especially those that don't use this kind of product to know what it's all about. But it's remarkable what marketing can do. And I want to piggyback some of the comments that were made by Councilmember Parker about packaging and about state regulations for packaging, because this is a product that should be under those type of guidelines, just as the THC cannabis marketing is about, so that we can sort of dovetail what the state has already given us regulation. I think as a body up here, maybe something to make the recommendation to bump it to the state level on that, is we have more conversation about what that would be, what kind of message to the state, that we can actually tell them that we're engaged at a local level of what we need to do at the state for the recommendations, and push it up to where the regulations actually have a bit more money to work with on the enforcement side of things. The couple things that I want to then continue commenting about. One is the tobacco shops. We have quite a few of them. They seem to pop up. I don't think that they've come anywhere policy-wise for us to say that they're getting a license to sell. That may be something that we somehow look. I don't know if the market's going to bear what the number of the units are that are out there. I don't know if it's 18 years old before you step into one of the locations that are selling the tobacco for the tobacco shops. They seem to have grabbed quite a popularity around here for locations, so maybe that could be part of some conversation. And asthma, have we seen a rise in asthma as a result of what you've been hearing about the product out there? Because I know that we have already a high incident of asthma with our youth in this community. Have we seen anything more spike on that as a result of the Juul and the other access that they're getting?
I don't think we've seen anything on the asthma issue. However, as we're discovering with the question about the vaping-associated illnesses, it could be a question of what they're asking. So early on in this epidemic, the doctors didn't even think to ask about vaping. And it wasn't until there sort of was a groundswell that they got the direction from CDPH to start asking the youth about the vaping. And even then, a lot of the patients denied it, and it was parents or siblings or friends who reported that, in fact, they were vaping.
And the other thing, too, about access is, we have grocery stores that are putting baby formula behind lock and key. There's no policy up here that sets this. It was a common sense thing because I guess that's a product that's very commonly taken from shelves. I mean, maybe as policy setters, there's something we can do about lock and key for some of the businesses that are selling this as a product. And are you doing also some of the tag team with the youth going in there to ask to see if they can get it? And because I know that we're doing that with alcohol. Is this something that we're doing also with the tobacco products with the youth for some of those kind of stings with the businesses that are selling for underage? I don't know.
I wanted to back up and address your question about tobacco retail licensing and where those products are located. So under state and local law, because the city of Watsonville does have a tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So all those tobacco products are required to be behind the counter. And I know that our local police department conducts regular stings because of the local TRL ordinance, and also because they have a grant through the DOJ to do that type of enforcement. I think that you also had another question about being 18 or
Well,
for tobacco shops.
yeah, we have quite a few
Yeah.
tobacco shops that are here, and I know that it isn't just tobacco that they're selling, but obviously it's all interrelated on some of their product line. But I don't know if have there been any regulations about 18 and older to go into those shops in any way, or I mean, for us as policyholders, whether we've had a moratorium saying, let's stop at what the number is right now, do we really need any more of them taking licenses and doing business? And I don't know. It's a conversation I think we should have, but these are questions that I think in the conversation we need to be addressing.
Any other questions, comments from council? I have a few questions. I know that the state recently excluded hookahs for cultural reasons. Is that correct, or?
Well, they removed hookah from a bill that is actually still pending, but
Okay.
that bill has not been officially voted up or down at this point.
Okay.
And I would just like to add something about that, because it's relevant to some of the other questions, that I appreciate your questions, and we share your concerns that there hasn't been more action on these items at the federal and the state level. But I think, as happens in other issues related to tobacco, it takes the local policies, believe it or not, to go up the chain. And so as you might know right now, there are 42 jurisdictions in the state of California that have passed some type of restriction on the sale of flavored tobacco products. And at a certain point, we are going to pass a tipping point that is going to force our state legislators to take action on this item. And we hear that directly from the legislators themselves, that this is a case where they're looking to the local jurisdictions to give them, ironically, the support and sort of the political cover they need to make this happen.
No, and that's a great point. I sort of asked just because I'm always interested in lessons learned, and I always think that tobacco industry will always find a loophole or something to try to sort of get some of these things through. What about warning signs? I see like the box of jewels here. Like, what warning signs are already on these boxes, or do they not have any warnings?
I'm actually not sure if they have. It doesn't, I mean, just from this image, it doesn't appear that there's a warning. I think that if you go on the website, there might be a little disclaimer on there, but other than that.
But on the website, right?
Yeah.
And then, what kind of work have you been doing with parents? I know sometimes I feel like parents are always the last to know about some of these things.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have some local educational campaigns through our program, also PVPSA. We have members from Pajaro Valley Prevention Student Assistance that have been working with youth and parents as well. We've conducted several presentations for parents of high schoolers, and mostly because they're seeking out the information. So we're doing what we can in terms of educating the community.
I'm frequently the one that, in other jurisdictions, I have done parent nights and teacher nights at various high schools and middle schools, and what is always shocking to me is how shocked the parents are. At every one of those events, I have at least one or two parents say to me, "Oh my gosh, I think my kid has one of those," and they never even knew what it was. So these things are hiding in plain sight in teenagers' bedrooms, in teenagers' backpacks, in classrooms. Teachers as well have said that to me, like, "Oh my gosh, I thought that was a zip drive, and it was actually a jewel."
And then my last question is, what is the approach schools are taking when kids get caught? Are they just being punished? Are they being educated? Are we doing some sort of restorative sort of process so that hopefully we can avoid?
Again, I don't know exactly what is happening in Watsonville right now in terms of what enforcement agencies are doing. There's a variety of approaches that schools have been taking. From a public health perspective, we always encourage less of a punitive approach and more, as you said, of a restorative justice and an educational approach. Like, these would be students that maybe would be asked to attend an information night, or asked to attend a cigarette butt cleanup, or asked to do peer-to-peer outreach with younger students. Some schools have gone as far as to install vapor detectors. Some schools have removed bathroom doors. Some schools are looking at, like I said, a variety of peer-to-peer type of things. So there is a variety of options out there, but the truth of the matter is, with the schools and the administrators I've talked to, they are overwhelmed by this issue.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Hernandez.
I do. I have a few questions. I'm curious to find out. I'm not too sure. I haven't purchase some of these products, but who's the ownership of Blue and Jewel? I've heard rumors that they're like Philip Morris and those companies. Is that true?
Well, so Altria recently purchased over 30% of Juul.
Oh.
So yes, the idea that these are not big tobacco is increasingly false. Big tobacco has seen the writing on the wall that traditional cigarettes, as I mentioned earlier, right, 12% or less smoking rate of traditional cigarettes in California. They are beginning to see the writing on the wall that cigarettes are going the way of the dinosaurs, and they are transferring their power and their money and their political impact to electronic products.
Are they paying the tobacco tax when they do this, switch over to that, or is it a loophole?
No, these products, including electronic cigarettes, are also
Oh,
under
okay.
the same Prop 56 tax.
You know, I was a little surprised about youth and menthol, because I think it's like a horrible flavored cigarette. If I don't know if it's approachable or not. I myself was a longtime smoker probably since I was a youth. And I remember the first time I tried the menthol, I thought it was like smoking a bottle of Pine Sol or something.
Right. Well, so as you know then, what the menthol flavors do, the peppermint, the spearmint, the winter fresh, they are a numbing action. So anyone who's even had like winter fresh gum, right, you get that numbing sensation on the throat, in the tongue, in the mouth. And so what that does is it makes the harshness of the tobacco more palatable for kids. So instead of coughing and choking and changing your mind, you're like, oh, maybe this isn't so bad. And then you stick with it long enough to become addicted.
Oh, that's what I did. I coughed and choked and went back to Camel non-filter.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez.
And in the past, when we've had this conversation on the policies that we've already implemented here, I did share the note that I lost both of my parents to cigarettes. And it's unfortunate that we have another generation that has something that's so marketable and so attractive to them and don't know what impact this is going to have with them with their lives. And we definitely need to make sure that we're being as proactive as possible in our community so that we are educating our youth on this and that we can do what we need to do and also make sure we're a clear message that does go all the way up.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
All right. Well, we thank you for your time and your presentation, and we thank the folks that came out to support and listen to this presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to item 4 on the agenda. It's the consent agenda. All items appearing on the consent agenda are recommended actions which are considered to be routine and will be acted upon as one consensus motion. Any items removed will be considered immediately after the consensus motion. The mayor will allow public input prior to the approval of the consent agenda, which I will do so right now. I invite the public to provide any input on any item on the consent agenda. Welcome. Please tell us your name, tell us where you're visiting from, and if any of us are your representative on the council.
My name's Donna Ramus. You are not my representative on the council, none of you. I'm living in the middle part of the county. But I'm here, I want to say one word about item F on your consent agenda, which is the resolution urging the United States Congress to enact H.R. Resolution 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. On behalf of the Citizens Climate Lobby, excuse me, I want to thank you for taking this initiative to address the critical issue of our changing climate. Our meetings with each one of you have encouraged us and convinced us that you understand that we must address the changing climate, and we need an overarching and effective way to do that. If you wonder what difference a little small community on the central coast of California can make in national decision-making, I want you to know that Watsonville will be the 100th municipality in the nation to pass a resolution in support of H.R. 763, so congratulations. We are grateful for your willingness to protect our planet and the people of Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else looking to provide input on any item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will close the public input portion of the consent agenda and ask for a motion by my fellow council members. Councilman Hurst?
I would move the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Hurst, seconded by Councilman Hernandez to move the consent agenda forward. Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On item C, which is the resolution for Manana Lane, this has been an arching project that's gone on for quite some time. And I see that we also have an active project that will be discussed. I think that these two are sort of going to roll together in terms of the workmanship on the projects and the impact that they've had in this community and the vendors' use. So I'm going to hold some of my comments on that one for when the item does come live on the other side. And of course, the resources that are paying for these things are the consumers when they're making their utility payments here to cover these expenses. And I think there's a bit of financing involved as well. I know that normally I'm at the 100 mark before I want to ask on these things here. And I know that our Public Works Department, there isn't anything that's under 100 for you. It's just a given. But I just want to encourage the public to be aware that these big ticket items are for your public purpose, and that any questions that I do have about what we are spending them, I do get them to the directors so that I know where the money's coming from, know what impact it's going to have. I want to encourage the staff to let the community know if it's going to impact them for any of the repairs, so that they know what's going on in their community as well. So I'm okay with the way the consent agenda is going, and we'll take up some of that conversation after we get back from closed session.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez. And we definitely, we invite and we encourage the public to look up the agendas beforehand, read the reports, and if they have questions themselves, they can always send them to us so that we can ask our staff, and we can get some more transparency. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilwoman Parker.
I would like to comment just on C, Joyce Parr, who is being appointed to the City of Watsonville Library Board of Trustees. Couldn't be with us tonight, but she was raised in Watsonville. She raised her children here, and now she's helping raise her grandchildren. So I know she's going to be visiting more and more to the library, but this is a special seat for her too, because she's replacing Rhea DeHart, and that's something Rhea really wanted to get to those meetings as well, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So we're very happy to have Joyce Parr be a member of our Board of Trustees for the library. Thank you.
Thank you. We wish her all the luck, and we thank her for her service. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, nice agenda. Joyce and I, we go back at least 30 some odd years in knowing her, so she'll be a big benefit for your commission.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor made by Councilman Hurst, seconded by Councilman Hernandez. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Kaufman Gomez,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hurst,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. And we will move on to item 5, items removed from the consent agenda. There were none, so we will now move on to item 6, closed session. The council will now retire for a closed session meeting, and we will be back at 6:30. So we thank you, and we'll see you in a little bit. Sorry. I'd like to welcome everyone here in the public to your chambers, and welcome to the 6:30 session of our September 10th, 2019 City Council meeting. I'm hoping the public had a nice weekend. I hope the council has had a productive 2 weeks since we last met, and let's move forward. We'll begin, if we can. I'd like to ask my colleagues to just sort of introduce yourselves and let the public know what district you represent here in the city of Watsonville. And we'll start with Councilwoman Parker.
That was a muhaha laugh. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I am Councilwoman Ari Parker from District 7, which I like to think is the eastern gateway to the Pajaro Valley. We have the lovely Coffeyville. We have the East Lake Shopping Center. We have two schools within our district, that of McQuitty School and of Ann Soldo School. We encompass the largest senior community in Santa Cruz County with our 3 HOAs. And we also have families and students and grandparents along all the way up to, Martinelli and Rogers, one side of Rogers, and back down Tuttle and over across East Lake, all the way to Beck. So it's a lovely district. Come on over and shop in the eastern gateway to the Pajaro Valley.
Thank you, Councilwoman Parker. Councilman Hurst.
Thank you very much, Mayor. My name is Lowell Hurst, and I am the representative, the long-term representative, in fact, of District 3, which encompasses the airport, the hospital, the Safeway, Home Depot, number of mobile home parks, as well as, I did mention Home Depot, right? You did. Home parks, Home Depot, my home, and not home to a dog park yet, not home to a park yet, but we do have the only farm in the entire city at the end of Airport and Ramport Road, next to the only golf course in the city. So come on by and say hello and send your complaints to the mayor.
Thank you, Councilman and former Mayor Hurst. Councilman Hernandez.
And my name is Felipe, and I am from District Number 1. And it has the Target Shopping Center, Ramsey Park, Callahan Park, and it has the Starbucks. Actually, it has 2 Starbucks, and it's going to have a 3rd Starbucks. This beautiful Civic Plaza that we're in here today. And, you know, it has all of most of the downtown that here in Watsonville as well.
Thank you. Councilman Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Aurelio Gonzalez, and I represent District 2. And in District 2, you can come into the senior center and help out and volunteer, and you can go to Tayo's Day Spa on Brennan Street and treat yourself to some me time. You can also go to D. Lily's Flowers and get you some flowers for you or for your partner, and that's located on 256 East Lake Avenue. Or you can go and walk down to Taqueria Delicias. It's at 130 East Lake. And then you can go by and pick up a phone at 115 East Lake Avenue on Cricket Wireless. Or you can go get your hair cut at Cut and Styles Unisex Salon. And you can get a new hairstyle or get a haircut. And if you're not done with eating, you can go back down to East Lake Avenue and get Taqueria Tecum, where they have some good food there. And if not, you can walk over to Union Street and get Taylor's Brothers Hot Dogs. They've been here for many, many years. And once you're done eating and walking, you can walk over and get a little education at Cabrillo College or Digital Nest. And then once you're done with that, you can go pay your bills at 250 Main Street at the Watson City office. And then after that, you can go to Yamashita's Market and get some good Japanese noodles. and that's District 2.
Wow. Thank you, Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez.
Well, I can't believe I could be marketing quite so much. I hope all of those businesses feel it in terms of their new clientele showing up. My name is Trina Kaufman Gomez, and I am your representative for District 6. And District 6 is going to be pretty much along the Freedom Boulevard corridor where it hits Marin. I have the school, H.A. Hyde is my only school. And I have we have the Fledberg Park, which is behind the First United Methodist Church that's on Stanford. And the bottom of my district is across the street from the backside of Minty White School. And I think I also hop over to include Pinto Lake in my district, if that even makes sense that we have the lake in my district. But nonetheless, second oldest established community within the city limits here, and that would be for District 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
Rebecca Garcia, and I represent District 5. And District 5 starts across the street from St. Patrick's Church on Main Street. It encompasses over to Freedom Boulevard, to Lincoln, to Madison, to I think Brewington, to Eastlake. I have 4 schools: A Hall, Minty White, Cesar Chavez, and Starlight. And I have the best Mexican ice cream, the Michoacana, at the Nob Hill Shopping Center.
Thank you. My name is Francisco Estrada. I have the honor of being the representative for District 4 and the mayor for the city of Watsonville. My district has the SLUs, PV High School, the cinema, parts of Green Valley, Freedom, Clifford, and Ohlone Parkway, and it too is the gateway to the Pajaro Valley. And I'd like to introduce our staff, starting with our city manager.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Huffaker. I'm the city manager. I'm also hungry after hearing all those updates. Thanks for being here this evening. My responsibilities are overseeing the day-to-day operations and administration of the city.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Alan Smith. I'm the city attorney, and I advise the city on legal matters.
Thank you, and Madam Clerk.
I'm Beatrice Flores. I'm the city clerk. I provide legislative support for the council, and I'm the election officers.
Thank you. Thank you all for your introductions. And Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready for a roll call.
Kaufman Gomez,
Present.
Garcia,
Here.
Gonzalez,
Here.
Hernandez,
Here.
Hurst,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Estrada.
Here. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item 8, Pledge of Allegiance. And, you know, we haven't really had a chance to give a big welcome to Tony Nunez, our RP editor, and maybe he can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, before we move forward, I'd just like to remind everyone that if you'd like to follow along, we have agendas available up front. They're available in Spanish and in English. And for those of you that need translation services, we offer devices here to my left. They're in that brown basket. You can go get one, put it on, put it in channel 0, and follow along. Para los que ocupan ayuda con traducción, tenemos aquí aparatos a mi izquierda en la cajita café. Pueden ir, pueden recoger una, lo ponen en el canal 0 y nos pueden seguir. Item 9 on the agenda, presentations and oral communications. This time is set aside for members of the general public to address the city council on items not on the agenda, which is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. No action or discussion shall be taken on any items presented, except that any city council member may respond to statements made or questions asked, or may ask questions for clarification. All matters of an administrative nature will be referred to staff. All matters relating to council will be noted in the minutes and may be scheduled for discussion at a future meeting or refer to staff for clarification and report. All speakers are asked to fill out a blue card, leave it at the table designated near the podium. Please announce your name once you're at the podium, your address, and let us know if one of us represents you here on the city council in order to obtain an accurate record for the minutes. So I will open it up right now to oral communications from the public. Welcome.
The mic.
I am the Executive Director to the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County, and I'm born and raised in Watsonville, and so I wanted to take a few moments today to come and to update you very quickly that today we are celebrating. We have launched our Watsonville Works Work Experience Crew Program, and today was the first day of crew. So CAB, as you may know, has had over 20 years of experience with different kinds of crews, youth crews, co-according disorder, adult crews, and today we launched our first homeless community crew made up of our homeless community. And we're really excited, and I want to give a shout out to Tamara, and I know she's gone, but Matt, we couldn't have done it without her leadership, without her advocacy for South County, and fighting every tooth and nail to ensure equity in those funds, in the HEAP and KESH funds, which is the $10 million that came from the homeless, from the state. So I just want to give kudos to Tamara. I'd like to step aside and allow our staff to introduce themselves. Today was his first day of crew, and they're going to share 30 seconds, 45 seconds about what happened today.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maria Medina. I live in Watsonville. I've been living here for about 10 years. I am the program coordinator of Watsonville Works and also the crew leader of the program. Watsonville Works is a program that offers work experience for the homeless population in the city of Watsonville. I am very excited for the program because today was the launching of the program, and everybody was, the participants were very happy, very inspired, and very committed to do and to finish their 12 days of work experience and move from there. Thank you for having me here, and I appreciate all the help that Public Works, City of Watsonville have done and help us. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ivan Ortiz Avalos, and I am the case manager with Watsonville, with the Community Action Board, and I am serving the homeless population. And something about what went well today in the crew, I really liked how the people were really excited and they had such a positive attitude because we're giving them something to look forward to. And also when we're out in the field, we see the people walking the trails. Some of them will go up to us and say thank you. So I really like that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monique Sanchez, and I'm with the Watsonville Works team as well. I'm supporting, and I'm the South County Coordinated Entry Assessor, and so I work with the homeless population to try to get them connected to services such as hot meals, pantry food, showers, housing services, and it's through a vulnerability index prioritization decision-making tool called Smart Path Assessment. And so this year my goal was to assess 40 people, and I was able to surpass that by a little bit, which was a total of 51. So my goal is the same thing, is to reach another 40 and hopefully surpass that again. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Angie Moreno, and I'm the South County Housing Coordinator, collaborative coordinator from Community Action Board. And I'm housed at the Rental Assistance Program, so ASO helps support this Rental Assistance Program, which focuses on eviction prevention. And currently, right now, we have funding through all Santa Cruz County. So you do happen to come across family members, let them know that right now we currently have funding for all Santa Cruz County. We also receive SESH and HEAP money for it. So, and that actually, with that money, we're able to assist Watsonville and Santa Cruz City, which is where the most need is, and now we actually have it. And with the South Housing Collaborative, We also assist with rental assistance with our families at PVUSD. Last year, we were able to serve 67 families, all referred by Power Valley Healthy Start. And 126 were students, and of those 126, 26% improved in grades. So that's another target that we do. We do a lot of support when it comes to school. Thank you.
Well, we want to thank Community Action Board for their efforts in this remarkable program, and kudos to the city manager, Tamara, and Public Works for supporting it. Well done. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Councilman. I think it's interesting that they've been working for 20 years, and it's only been 2.5 years since Donald Trump got the highest employment of Hispanics and blacks and women, et cetera, within 2.5 years. I think these layers of so-called welfare networks and sanctuary cities actually destroys and causes some of the injury. Look at them go. They're only interested in saying, not learning. I used to have students here quite frequently, which I admire you for inviting. This is the 20th anniversary of Bruce McPherson's putting together AMBAG. He was funded by Katrina Lung, triple Chinese communist spy. He's involved with, along with Mr. Hurst over here, we see him running in and out of Monterey Bay Area Power together, which is a total scam. The person that came up with this idea is Gary Patton. Gary Patton was financed by Packard. Gary Patton and a Board of Supervisors resolution advocated the U.S. stand back while the Soviet Union built airports and bays in the Caribbean in Grenada. So these are the policies followed by him. Also, we have Gary Patton, who is funded by the Packard Foundation, a member of the Trilateral Commission founded by Rockefeller, Packard, Brzezinski. Barry Goldwater said it's intended as a vehicle for multinational consolidation of commercial and banking interest, seizing control of the political government. It represents a skillful, coordinated effort to control and consolidate the four centers of power, and he goes into that. When you look at Brzezinski, he says this regionalization is in keeping, we're talking AMBAG, the Soviet over here that you won't tell the people that are meeting tomorrow night, or you haven't told the people for decades. This is Brzezinski. Regionalization is keeping with the trilateral plan, which calls for a convergence of the East and West, ultimately leading to the goal of a world government. National sovereignty is no longer viable. They're totally anti-self-government, and any one of you that go there and participate in that is a traitor to your country. We just did the Pledge of Allegiance to the Republic. Those people are not directly elected, and you know it. You come back with so-called harmonization policies, which are rubber stamped. The city attorney, the city manager should not be up there with you. We didn't elect them. Put them down here. You're in charge. They're running your policies and what you're trying to do. I've got 10 seconds left. Anyway, the head of the Board of Supervisors of Santa Cruz County is Ryan Coonerty. He went to the school for the Fabian Socialist in London. Their shield is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and their program is regional government, and you're adopting it. You're anti-self-government, and I condemn you for that.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Estrada, council members, and community members. My name's Jeff Manker. I'm the board president of the Monterey Bay Birding Festival, which happens in 10 days here in Watsonville. I want to take this opportunity to give my heartfelt thanks to yourselves and the city of Watsonville for your continued support of the festival, now in its 15th year. The festival is in your debt for the use of the city facilities, including this room, the old council chambers, the community room, the library, parking facilities, and coordination with the Watsonville Nature Center. Thank you for the support of key city employees and staff without whom we could not run this festival. We are very happy to work in partnership with the city to promote ecotourism and healthy outdoor family-friendly activities. Visit Santa Cruz, the board for the county, promoting the county, placed numerous promotional ads in national magazines to promote the festival, and this year we have participants from 10 other states as well as from all over California. This year, we are dedicating the 15th annual festival to a former city employee, Nancy Lockwood. On Friday the 20th, Councilman Hurst will honor her with the dedication at our Taste of the Pajaro Valley event at 6 p.m. On Saturday, we present a free family day with presentations, and I have an aid to look at too. I have a poster with presentations of live birds and activities from many local environmental organizations. For the first time that evening, we will hold the inaugural Give for the Birds event, a free reception and fundraiser for bird-related local nonprofit groups whose missions are to educate about or conserve birds and their habitat. I want to extend an invitation to all of you to please join us for the dedication Friday evening and to share delicious appetizers and refreshments from our local restaurants. In addition, we would love for you to go on a field trip, attend a workshop, bring your families to Family Day, attend a keynote speech, join us in supporting these local conservation efforts, and see why people are coming from New York, Florida, Ohio, Hawaii, and many other places to see our local birds and this festival. Thank you.
Thank you. That ceremony on Friday will take place where?
Right next door in the community room.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I have posters.
At 6, you said?
At 6 p.m., yes. I have posters about the festival and also about the Family Day if anyone's interested. So.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Ron Cheshire. I'm with the Monterey Santa Cruz Building Construction Trades Council. I'm here this evening for a couple reasons. Number one, my tenure as Chief Executive Officer ended on August 31st, and at age now 68, it's time to step back a little bit. But I'm just stepping back. I'm going to be taking care and coordinating our training and education 501c3 and our programs within the two-county area. And that's the main reason why I'm here this evening. The partnership that we've had for the last 5 years with the city has been a good one. We have currently in Santa Cruz County 383 construction apprentices. Out of that, 213 of them are from the city and surrounding areas of Watsonville. Now that's your 95076, 95077, and 95019 zip codes, because you sort of make a donut around freedom. Obviously, the people of this community are hardworking. They have taken the opportunities that have been presented to them, and they've entered the trades, and they're making themselves good, beneficial citizens for your community. So, you know, we're proud of that, and we're proud of the fact that our relationship continues and that we have programs. We're entering into a program with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District and their adult education program. And actually, it sounds like I have a community group to speak with in regards to individuals that may want to go ahead and get in the trades. After all, homeless doesn't mean helpless, okay? So anyway, we want to continue to work within your community and do what's right. And again, present these opportunities to the people of the community here. So that's it. It's certainly been a pleasure. I've liked working with the council. Some of you are a little new, and I haven't really had much contact. But if you want to elaborate on this a little bit or sit down, I'd be glad to come to town, have a cup of coffee or so, and discuss with you and show you. Now, I sent Miss Flores to forward to you a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, and it has what's called a pivot table over on the right-hand side. And you can basically take the apprenticeships that you see, and you can break it down by zip code, you can break it down by county, you can break it down by city, you can break it down by ethnicity, gender, veteran status, and such. But again, Watsonville's done really well, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Can I just say something to Ron? I've known Ron for a few years, and I hope you do take a little bit of break. And I know you're not going to go in full retirement, and we appreciate everything you've done for the community, and I hope you continue to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Ron, for all you've done for the community. Welcome.
Good evening, council, mayor, elected officials. Steve Trujillo, also known as El Terrible, from District 7 in beautiful Pajaro Village. I'm here for 3 reasons. The first one I'll make very brief. One of my neighbors gave a new name to Freedom Boulevard, Cardiovascular Suicide Boulevard, because when people come to town, they notice all we have now on that street is Wendy's and Foster Freeze and Fat Boy, all restaurants that I can't eat at because the diet there, the food there is so unbelievably unhealthy. Second, I also want to bring to your attention that Kathleen Crocetti has a wonderful opportunity to get your hands in tile from 10 to 2 every Sunday at the Muzio Community Center. I tried it last Sunday, had a great time. I've never worked with tile cutters, or a tile lathe ever before, but I am now. She's a wonderful person. She is a great teacher. I recommend, if you want to have really fun putting together a wonderful series of murals on our parking garage, go visit Kathleen between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on Sundays at the Muzio Center. And this just in from KSBW, Assembly Bill 1482 has passed the state Senate, is going to state assembly, and yes, folks, we're going to get rent control, 7% tops, folks, for every rental unit in California at long last. We have been eaten up by corporate carnivorous capitalism in the real estate industry. We rank 49th out of 50th in providing affordable housing for our residents. This is going to end. Our state assemblyman, Robert Rivas, who's a good friend of mine, has indicated he will sign it, or he will pass it, he'll vote in favor of it. And the governor, yes, Gavin Newsom, which I proudly voted for last year, will sign it. So folks, it's time for all of you to come up with an idea for a rental board, because not only will it provide rent control, but it'll also provide more than a dozen just causes for evictions, which also need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. My name is Manuel Manny Pinero. I am the new CEO at Monterey Santa Cruz County Building Construction Trades Council. And I want to follow in Ron's footsteps. I want to get to know all of you here in Santa Cruz County and in Watsonville. You have a real diverse community here, and not every child we know that goes through school is going to go forward and get a 2-year degree, 4-year degree, and those going for a master or a doctorate. But we have opportunities here, and labor's great. I come from labor. It's done well. I appreciate everything that the city has done to encourage labor, to bring a good workforce here with good wages, good living wages and benefits is so important. I was talking to a friend the other day, 33 years of my career went very fast. You blink your eye and 20 years goes by, and then when you head up to 30, want to work with you as the CEO here of Monterey Santa Cruz County Building Trades. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Manuel. We wish you all the luck in the world. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Watsonville City Council. My name is Daniel Dodge Jr., 618 Lincoln Street. I'm just here to say hello and good evening. Just a reminder that our school board meetings are the day after your city council meeting, so I would encourage you guys to come check it out, see what we do, see what the process is, see what some of the issues are. I'm a trustee because I believe in working with the community. I know a lot of you are in my district. I got a lot of good advice from you guys, and I would just like to invite you to come and see. Sometimes people wonder what's wrong with our schools, why are our schools like that? And when people have issues with schools, there's a school board. You know, I'm a representative, there's 6 other representatives. I represent E. Hall, Minnie White, Watsonville High School, and Radcliffe. And I encourage people, even if you live in a different area, just let me know, and I'll relay the message to other trustees. You know, I went to these schools. I have children that go to these schools. My grandfather and grandmother went to Watsonville High, and I just want to be able to do my part and try to do what I can to help out the children of our community. And congratulations, Ron, on your summer retirement, and good to see you, Manny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to address council on any items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will close oral communication from the public, and now we'll turn it to the Mr. City Attorney to give us a report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There were 3 items in closed session, 2 items, conferences with real property negotiator. On those 2 items, A1 and 2, the council received a report but took no action. On the remaining item, B1, Perlac versus the City of Watsonville, the council authorized special counsel to defend the City of Watsonville by filing the answer to the complaint and also the 1 employee involved.
Thank you for the report, Mr. City Attorney. Moving on, we are on item 10 on the agenda, public hearing, ordinances, and appeals. We'll begin item 10A, consideration of ordinance ordinance introduction rescinding Chapter 6, election campaign contribution control of Title I, general provisions of the Watsonville Municipal Code, and adding a new Chapter 6 entitled election campaign contribution control. And we will have the city clerk and city attorney tell us about it.
Thank you. Although I think it's supposed to be, I think ladies first is still the appropriate thing. I don't know. But Beatrice and I talked, and she said I should go first, and then she'll fill in the things that I miss or that I don't know.
Sounds good.
So a little bit of a history here. Santa Cruz County has among the strictest campaign contribution limits of any California county. Right now, they were $400. They've been increased to $500, although we also must consider that Santa Cruz County is the smallest geographically in the state and is relatively on the small side of the population. So you can get elected with slightly less money than you can in Los Angeles County or Alameda County or some of those counties that have higher limits. Unlike most other states, California state law does not set a limit on campaign contributions toward local elections. Instead, cities and counties can choose to impose their own restrictions. San Francisco, for example, and Sacramento have $500 contribution limits in place. Alameda County has the state's highest at $20,000, so there's a tremendous range there. Santa Cruz County has had a ordinance in effect. The report says since 1989, I think it was. Their most recent increase, which was the catalyst, the prompt for the changes that we're bringing to you tonight, was basically 2 primary things. One is with the change in California's election timing, our ordinance and the county's ordinance no longer synced with our ordinance, so we had to change dates. We now have a March primary, didn't used to have that type of thing. So that's the change that the city clerk needed. The other thing that changed is the election limit used to be $400 a cap, and that was set in 1991, and it had no cost of living adjustment. So the Board of Supervisors said we need to increase that to be in sync with today's world, and so they increased it, what would that be, 25% from $400 to $500, and they also put a cost of living adjustment rather than doing percentages like the some other places do. They just set a limit of $25 every 2 years, starting in, I think it's 2020, so not this time. Watsonville's ordinance that is in place now is almost identical to the county's ordinance, and this ordinance is almost identical to the county's ordinance. There's one option that we're suggesting that the council can make a policy decision on. There's actually a lot of them, but one we want the council to decide on. State law requires that once you hit a $2,000 limit, you have to file a statement of organization, I think it's called. It's a document that tells you you have a campaign and what activity is going on, basically. And the Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz County asked the staff to come back with a decrease of that $2,000 limit to $1,000. So they want the statement to be filed, even though the state doesn't require it until $2,000, they want it filed locally at $1,000. The city clerk, I think, will recommend that you leave it at $2,000 for, I think, two reasons. One is that it confuses people about having a different limit here than a limit there, and it is consistent with state law to keep it at the $2,000 limit, despite the fact that Santa Cruz went at $1,000. Otherwise, the proposed ordinance is virtually the same. If you decide to move, and after you hear from the public, move on the ordinance, the appropriate motion would be to move the stack recommendation, and whoever makes the motion, tell us whether you want the $1,000 limit or the $2,000 limit. Make the motion. If the motion, at whichever level it is that the maker of the motion makes it, if it fails, then you can come back with the other limit. But that's the way to have the decision made, and it's been published, and it's been notified, and it's been agendized with those two options in it. So that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions, and then it should go out to public for public comment.
Any technical or clarifying questions? Councilwoman Parker and then Councilwoman Garcia.
I have a question. You said the 400 to 500, and then the 1,000 to 2,000. But there's no other changes, no more reporting, no other added, because I'm looking at some general statements here, but I'm not looking at specific dates.
There's no additional reporting other than the fact that the 1,000, 2,000 would cause additional reporting. And there's a change in when you have to file because of the change in the election dates.
The dates change, but.
The dates change.
But it doesn't add any more reporting periods.
Not add any other reporting. I asked the city clerk to verify that.
Yes, the council will still have the 3 reporting periods that we have had in the past. That's consistent with the county. The state only requires 2, but our current ordinance requires 3 filings prior to the election, and then everything else is the same.
So then the question I have then is, when does the normal election cycle begin? With the new dates and everything else that's happening.
We just have to change them. They're basically the same dates, the same days before the election. Now it's just consistent with state. Before we actually had the third Monday or whatever it was. Now we just have it to say consistent with the state. So if the state changes, then we are following the same dates that the state has.
But we also have 3 reporting periods, but the state only has 2.
The state only has 2. And that's, our current ordinance does that, and the county does that.
Okay, so we're not adding anything more to it?
Not anymore.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
The maximum donation by corporation or labor is $1,000.
Yes.
And is this the same amount as before or more?
The same.
And what allows them to contribute more than the $500?
There is a prohibition on corporation and other contributions in section 1-6.050, no corporation, partnership, labor union, labor organization, or business entity can make a contribution to any committee in support. So there's a prohibition, except when the money, there's certain provisions, so when the money is collected on behalf of the employees. So
Yeah, I read that, but in terms of, that still doesn't tell me what allows them to give $1,000 where everybody else has to give $500 if we choose.
There was a policy decision of when the county did theirs, and then the city at that time, when the city council adopted the current ordinance, they followed the county. So that's what the county decided on, and that's why.
policy decision by
Policy.
the board, which was followed by this.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't a state, okay, it was a local decision. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Parker?
On this bottom part here, on our page 1 of 2, the memorandum from our city attorney's office, no contributions may be accepted by any candidate before the beginning of the election cycle related to the election for which the person is a candidate. When is that date? Is that new, or is that?
That's the same as it is now.
Okay, so what
and-
is that date, has it changed?
It hasn't changes when the nomination period starts, but it also is when the person files a intent, their 501 form. After that, the person can start collecting.
Okay, so as soon as the
The 501.
The 501, so as soon as the 501 is filed, then they can start?
Yes.
Then no particular date on that?
No.
Okay.
Any other technical clarifying questions from council? Councilman Hernandez?
Was there any interest in going for the 500 like the county did?
We're just trying to be consistent with the county. It's going from 400 to 500.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Garcia?
I just want to make a comment that whoever does the motion, I would encourage you to consider that we say we want only the, at 20,000 versus 1,000.
At 2,000.
Oh, 2,000, oh, twice, excuse me. I got carried away.
I like you now.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Just
Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
Can I have the 1,000 or 2,000 clarification? Is Santa Cruz consistent with 2 or with 1,000? 1,000?
We're going to have a public comment
Right.
before we have the motion, and
Right, that's-
Councilmember Garcia was suggesting, I think, that if we get to that point, she would be in favor of whoever makes the motion having it at 2,000, which would be consistent with state law and follows the city clerk's recommendation.
And the county as well?
The county is 1,000.
Oh, I see. So we would be higher than the county standard?
Yes, but it's consistent with the state, and the Form 410 states that that's filed at 2,000.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up for public input. Welcome.
Yes, as a former candidate for city council, but not the winner, she's right over there. Hello. I want to, first of all, thank our city clerk, plus the assistant city clerk, he's not here this evening, for all your help in going through that campaign and getting the paperwork done. And the FPPC gave me a clean bill of health. I also want to brag, I only took 3 contributions, one from my sister in Long Beach, one from my cousin in Huntington Beach, and one from my dear neighbor Amador Valdez, who lives in Pajaro Village. The rest of my money came from my savings and my state teacher's retirement pension account. So I am transparent and clean as a whistle. Now, to the matter at hand, I support the new limits and guidelines as far as 2,000 and 500 to be consistent with the state, because the last thing you want to do is get on the wrong side of the FPPC. they can be absolutely vicious, from what I'm understanding, and I would just as soon have all of us be very congruent, another math term again, congruent with their standards. And I also want to point out one last thing, that not only did I enjoy running for city council in this city, but who knows, I might even do it again.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, I will close public hearing and ask for a motion from one of my colleagues.
Well, given that, anytime anyone runs for election, all the paperwork is always burdensome, so if we can cut the paperwork a little bit for staff and for the candidates, I'd gladly accept that. Just having recently closed all of my paperwork finally, and so I'd go ahead and make the motion to consider the ordinance of introduction of rescinding Chapter 6 of Title 1 of the Watsonville Municipal Code and adding a new Chapter 6 entitled Election Campaign Contribution Control.
Can you make the clarification whether the 1,000 or
2,000.
2,000.
To keep in line with the state.
The 500 and the 2,000?
I'll second that.
We're clarifying.
Okay. Any other?
500? No, but the 2,000?
2,000. So we're looking to be consistent with the state.
Yes.
No, I'm good about that.
Yeah.
But increasing it to 500 as well? 400 to 500?
Was that staff recommendation? Yep. Oh, yes.
Now, the only option that we're providing, unless somebody wants to change the other things, is the difference between the threshold for beginning to file that statement. We're not talking about the changing the $500 limit. That's part of either way.
Oh, we'll do it then, if I can
Your
make the
1,000
motion
to
as well.
2,000, still the $500.
It's already on the ordinance, the 500.
Okay. Does that include that doesn't include the $25?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, discussions on this issue? Councilman Hernandez?
I think it is always the paperwork is always difficult, and it's always hard for young people that want to run for office, and it's a new process for people to do, the FPPC filings, and I want to welcome people to this process, and it's always, a burdensome process. And at the same time, we always have to be mindful of campaign contributions. We don't want to be like 20,000 or 40,000 or having no campaign contribution limits like some other counties. We started this initially because, or the city started this initially because we've had campaigns in the past where $10,000 checks were handed out to candidates. And initially, back in the day, that's what it initially took for a campaign back in the 90s, early 2000s. And, folks are getting $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 checks, $15,000 checks. So that, with this with that new ordinance, it done away with that, and it led to more contributions from everyday normal citizens, and so that made it a lot better. And I think that the spirit of that ordinance is still in our current new update that we did.
Thank you. Any other, Councilwoman Parker?
And I really have to say, having gone through the process, as some folks have mentioned, I think it's important for Watsonville to be setting the tone for what we believe down here, considering we're probably going to be the largest city within Santa Cruz County after our next census. It'd be nice if North County listened to us a little bit when it came to our being mindful of our campaign contributions for what goes on. So I'm totally in favor of increasing it to $500 and then keeping the cap at the $2,000 level as the state does, and following through with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Hurst?
I just want to point out to Felipe that it's not just young people that have problems running elections, going door to door, fighting off vicious dogs, and asking politely for a small check to fund your efforts. So old people have challenges with that, too.
Well said. All right. So we have a motion on the floor made by Councilman Hernandez, seconded by Councilman Gonzalez, to approve the ordinance introduction rescinding Chapter 6 of the Election Contribution Control of Title I, General Provisions of the Watsonville Municipal Court, and adding a new Chapter 6 entitled Election Campaign Contribution Control to be consistent with the state guidelines.
With the $2,000 limit.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready for a vote.
Copeland Gomez,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hurst,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. And if maybe our friends at the RP could let people know that if they are interested in running, they could always reach out to the city clerk. Campaign contributions are a big deal, very important, and people should be, if they're looking for an education, we can definitely provide that to them. So,
And one less filing per year.
thank you. Moving on, new business, item 11A, consideration of purchase of a new law enforcement records management system in an amount not to exceed $450,000 from Central Square Technologies, an agreement with Santa Cruz Consolidated Emergency Communications Center, a joint powers authority for the administration and maintenance of the Santa Cruz Metro Records System, SCMRS. And we have with us Police Chief Honda. Welcome, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and members of the public. I'm here to ask approval for two different items packaged into one presentation. So the first one is to purchase a new law enforcement records management system in an amount not to exceed $450,000. And the second is to approve an agreement between the Santa Cruz Consolidated Emergency Communications Center, a joint powers authority, and the city of Watsonville. So I think it'd be easier if I kind of explain to you what an RMS system is and the history behind it of the group that I'm going to talk about. So bear with me, there's a lot of long titles and acronyms, so I'll try to make it as painless as possible. So a records management system, and we call this an RMS for short, so I'll refer to it as RMS moving forward. It's a agency-wide system that provides storage, retrieval, retention, archiving, and viewing of information, records, documents, and files pertaining to law enforcement operations. Now, going back to 1999, the City of Watsonville Police Department, the Capitola Police Department, the Scotts Valley Police Department, and the Santa Cruz Police Department formed together a consortium, and they called it the Santa Cruz Metropolitan Records System, and we'll call that SCMRS for short. They got together to purchase and administer a shared records management system so all the agencies could share the same information throughout the county. And in 2001, the SCMRS contracted with the Santa Cruz Consolidated Emergency Communications Center, which is also known as the Santa Cruz Regional 911, which I will call it Regional 911 for short. It's a little easier. And they consolidated with them to take over administration of the technical aspects of the RMS system. And then later on in 2012, Scotts Valley actually left the group because they opted for complete CAD or computer automated dispatch and RMS system upgrade. So they did that together and they left the group. So I hope that makes sense. So why are we here today? We are here to discuss the need for a new RMS system. So our current RMS system has run its course and it is no longer meeting the performance expectations. And I'll give you some examples. Currently, our system does not have the capability to track the National Incident-Based Reporting System, otherwise known as NIBRS. And so this is a federally mandated reporting process where every agency within the United States has to report to the federal government their crime statistics. And our current system doesn't allow us to do that effectively. The current system does not let us extract our use of force information, so we have to report our use of force incidences to the California Department of Justice, and that's another mandate. And in order for us to do that, our record staff has to manually remove that data and then re-enter it to send it to the California DOJ. And of course, that is very time-consuming and ineffective as well. And then our current system also does not have the capacity to download our electronic citation devices, which requires our staff, again, every time we write tickets, they have to enter each ticket into the system manually in order to get statistics. And currently, we're almost a year behind in some of our handwritten tickets. So the e-cite devices, we can upload them a little bit, but we still have to enter things manually, and then our written tickets, that's all manual, so our system doesn't support that. And then our current system also doesn't let us maintain confidential reports within the records management system. So, for example, if we have a high-profile case or something that we want to keep confidential within the city of Watsonville, currently we can't do that. Any agency tied into our system, which is the rest of the county, can access that information. And so that's a confidentiality issue that we don't want other agencies to see if it's confidential. And then lastly, the current vendor that we use, have been very non-responsive, not only to the city of Watsonville, but also to the other jurisdictions involved. And they have not been responding to our technical support issues, so that's another issue. Sorry, not keeping up with the PowerPoint slides. So because of these issues, the SCMRS group started discussing this a few years ago that we're heading towards a day where we need a new records management system. So in late 2018, we released an RFI, or request for information, from different vendors. And then in January of 2019, we worked with the Regional 911 Center, and we released a request for proposal, or RFP, for a new records management system. We received 7 proposals, all of which were evaluated and scored by a team consisting of members from each agency. And the system's scores were based on technical solution and implementation, maintenance and support, experience and qualifications, proposal completeness, and of course the overall price. So the team selected to move forward with a company called Central Square Technologies, and this was based on the overall scoring process of the RFP team. Now, if approved, we'll move into a 5-year contract with Central Square Technologies as a group together. Now, the costs will be distributed between the participating agencies based on percentage of population and percentage of cases. And this is similar to the same cost allocation we use for our dispatch center for dispatch and for our computer automated dispatching system. So Watsonville's share for this will be 20.5% of the overall cost, which is currently estimated at $326,264. Now, knowing we needed this RMS system several years ago, we started storing some money away from Measure G. So when it came time to do the RFP and we selected a vendor, we had enough money to actually purchase the device in full upfront, saving us additional costs in financing. So we allocated and are asking for an amount not to exceed $450,000. Now, this is a little bit more than the $326,000. But we are anticipating some additional modules that we're going to need, such as crime analytics, electronic citation devices, online reporting, all of which we are still currently evaluating. So we do have, for example, we have an online reporting device, but their option might be cheaper, and so if we opt for that, that's going to cost us more in the initial cost of the system itself. I hope that makes sense. So that's the first thing. That's the request for approval for the $450,000. The next part of it is the actual agreement between the participating agencies. I can't say that word tonight, but So I'm recommending that you approve the agreement between the Santa Cruz Regional 911 and the City of Watsonville because the new agreement includes the addition of the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office into the SCMRS group. Now, this addition has enhanced our buying power of the consolidated group and has resulted in a financial benefit to the City of Watsonville and other SCMRS members, which include, of course, Capitola and Santa Cruz and us. Now, Watsonville's share under the current group was 42.29%, and now with the Sheriff's Office becoming involved, it lowers our percentage to 20.5, resulting in a cost savings of $30,178 for the current fiscal year of 1920. And this yearly cost savings will continue on for the life of the contract, so 5 times $30,000. So we're saving that much money going with the new partnership. So the annual contribution covers the SCMRS staff support, maintenance of the network, software fees, the mobile data computer system and infrastructure, and will also include the implementation of the new RMS system as we move forward. And so the ongoing costs is actually funded and will continue to be funded by the general fund. So just to recap, we're asking for approval for the $450,000 or up to, not to exceed $450,000 for the new RMS system with Central Score Technologies as the vendor. And then the second approval is the new addition of the Sheriff's Office to the SCMRS, which will include the Sheriff's Office, Watsonville Police Department, Capitola Police Department, Santa Cruz Police Department, and the Regional 911 as the administrator. So with that, that's kind of my presentation. I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Honda. Do we have questions for Chief Honda? Councilwoman Garcia and then Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez.
I'm just curious in terms of what motivated the sheriffs to join us.
So the Sheriff's Office, they were on a separate system, and they have different issues. So they have to monitor the jail, and that's a different records management system. And then they have the patrol operations like a regular police department. And so their system was not working to their expectations as well. So they opted to separate their jail system from their patrol system, and joining us as a group benefited us and them as well.
And they're just going to do the patrol system?
Yes, so they're going to keep a jail system that's separate because it has different functions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez.
Thank you. Can you double check or just say again the confidentiality? Because I believe the public would be, if this is going to be a joint and it's throughout the county, I think that the public wants to make sure of the assurance of the confidentiality of the information going in the system that's related to our cases and how that interplays in this JPA with other agencies for the need of that information that may be used or beneficial for our county.
So the current system, once you enter into the system, everyone has access to that. Everyone that's a part of our system has access to that. And sometimes there's a need to know, right to know. So when we have most cases within our city, there's no need to know from other jurisdictions, but they still have access to it. So we're just trying to secure that confidentiality, and especially in high-profile cases where we don't want other agencies actually looking at it. It's just, we don't have that capability now. So the current system, we actually have to enter the data for specific tracking information, then we have to remove the data. And so it's not in the system anymore. With the new system, they have the ability to actually separate that. So we can have I don't know the technical term, but it's like a firewall. So only people from Watsonville Police Department can have access to that without permission.
Okay, because I know that would be definitely an issue there. The other part of it is hardware-wise. I know that in the ride-alongs that I've done with the police department, the antiquated equipment and the length of time and the manpower and resources spent having to deal with computers versus being on the streets protecting the citizens has been an issue. And I know that with Measure G funding, we bought equipment, but then we couldn't get everything installed because of the firewalls and everything else that was going on at some point, because there wasn't enough computer technology personnel to help put it all together. How are we doing with hardware, and how is this going to potentially reduce the time that our officers are spending sitting on a computer doing their work versus being out in the community?
Well, first of all, it's going to release a lot of the effort on our record staff. So a lot of professional staff do all the data entry, data retrieval for the PRA requests, or for the mandated reporting to the federal government or the state DOJ. So it's going to hopefully free up time for them because it's more efficient process. Now, for the officers, the current system we have, it'll be a new report writing system. So the plan is to, when they get trained on reporting, the reporting data will be more efficient, and it's kind of hard to explain, but it'll coincide with the computer-aided dispatch data that goes into the RMS system. So the system can absorb all that information, as opposed to having separate systems where data has to be transferred from one system to another. Does that make sense?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
But I know that that was one of the frustrations, was the equipment and how much time is being spent, especially in that hot room where they were doing their reports. It's a pretty bad room to be working in the afternoon when I've been over there on the call.
Yeah, that's an air conditioning issue. That's a whole separate
Yes, on
discussion.
another layer. And I think I'll leave with one other question on here is, how does our IT data with the cameras, does that actually, do we store any of the data from the cameras within this system, or is that an altogether separate system? Do they communicate in any way for storing what you're seeing on camera versus the report for the situation?
No, so currently, if you're referring to the body-worn cameras, correct?
Yes.
So the body-worn camera is a separate system, and that's dealt completely with Axon, and they manage the system for us. They do all the IT, and all that information is stored in their cloud.
Okay, so that means you'd sort of have to pin a reference number, knowing that there's the video that goes with the other system, which has the reporting.
So each recording does get some kind of identifying
Okay.
number attached to it.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, Councilwoman Parker?
We have our own IT department now, and it's expanded. And I know you had to put out a bid for these things, but did you have our IT department help support your decision for looking at these programs in a future way? So what the life of the program would really be?
So the RFP team that they put together, that included IT personnel from every city involved in the county.
Okay.
It also included other professional staff, such as records management staff, crime analysis staff, as well as sworn personnel.
So did they give you a look into the horizon about how long they thought this would be an efficient system?
Well, I couldn't answer that. I know this is for a 5-year contract, and companies tend to have upgrades. So if things go good for the first 5 years, we could probably extend it for another 5 years, let's say, if everything works out good. But no, I don't know exactly how long each system would last. I don't have that knowledge.
Any other questions from council?
What kind of learning curve do you expect with this changeover from what you're currently using?
Well, there is going to be a lot of training involved, so we're actually dedicating staff almost full-time to it. I'll have a captain, a sergeant, and professional staff dedicated just from my department alone to get trained, and we're going to be working with the vendors' staff as well, and with Regional 911 staff to help implement it within all the jurisdictions. So it's going to take some effort.
Well, it sounds like it's a robust system that we need, and we've needed to replace all of our old technology within your department. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to open it up to the public for comments and input. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Honda, for being here and advocating for this new system. About 4 Sundays ago, I had a very interesting experience. 3 a.m. in the morning, huge Klieg lights over my back fence, peering into my home, and I had to call the police department. In fact, it's on record. And then I tried to get hold of the sheriff's department, no answer, so I had to call them many hours later. So I'm wondering, to report this, so I'm wondering if there is a crime or a suspected incident such as the one that happened to me, which is I felt personally invaded, that I can report to the WPD, and because I live on the very edge of the city, which abuts both the Santa Cruz County unincorporated area and also the Monterey County unincorporated area, is it possible it could be reported to the adjoining jurisdictions so that they might be on the lookout for a truck carrying all kinds of huge Klieg lights running around the city, wanting to stare into Steve Trujillo's home? The reason I ask is that it is a little bit disconcerting when you call a police agency, in this case it was our sheriff's department, and deputy dogs were not there. Nobody was answering. I got a nice message, and I left a voicemail message, and about 8 or 10 hours later they got back to me. But when you've never had this before, you're a relatively new resident to Watsonville, which I am for 4.5 years, you're not expecting to be on the edge of the city and have these kinds of lights staring into your living room and throughout your house at 3 a.m. But then, because I'm a politically controversial figure in the city, I suppose I should have expected it, right? Right. But I'm hoping that technology will be available for those of us who call in and would like these incidents to be reported not just to WPD, but maybe also the sheriff's office as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Daniel Dodge Jr., 618 Lincoln Street. I just want to say thank you, Chief, for everything you've done for our community. Thank you for all the new officers, especially the detectives, the game task force. I went to school with a lot of these officers, and they love their job. They love working in the community. I think it builds a good rapport. I think people trust when you hire people that went to school here, and I just want to say thank you for that, and please support Measure G when it comes up next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, I will now close the public input, and I will ask for a motion from...
Second.
Who seconded it?
Second.
Felipe.
Okay, and I'd like to give Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez the opportunity to make a few comments.
I want to make sure that the public is very aware that the purpose of this is to help this community feel safer, be able to have the reporting and the documentation and the resources that our police department need, and that the funding from this source is coming from our Measure G, that we're looking at sunsetting. We're also looking at coming back to the voters with a robust discussion this next year. And this is why it's invaluable for what Measure G has provided this community. With that, we've seen crime rates drop. We've seen a lot more confidence in this community. And this is just one more item of priority that the department has decided that is beneficial for how to resourcefully use the funds that funding source is providing this community. And that's one of the main reasons why I'm supporting this.
Well said, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Gonzalez? No? Oh. Any other comments? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor made by Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez, seconded by Councilman Hernandez, approving the resolution authorizing the purchase of a new law enforcement records management system from Central Square Technologies to provide storage, retrieval, retention, manipulation, archiving, and viewing of information, records, documents, or files pertaining to law enforcement operations in an amount not to exceed $450,000 from the Sales Tax Measure G Fund, and the resolution approving agreement with Consolidated Emergency Communication Center for systems administration and maintenance of the Santa Cruz Metro Record Systems in an amount not to exceed $114,701 for fiscal year 1920. The cost-sharing percentage for the city of Watsonville shall be recalculated every 3 years in February and implemented that upcoming year. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Kaufman-Gomez.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hurst.
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Estrada?
Yes, motion passes, and I want to thank Chief Honda for his presentation, and we look forward to the new system. Moving on to item 11B under new business, consideration of $4,248,000 bid award to KG Woods Construction Incorporated for Airport Freedom Trunk Sewer Replacement Project. And with us, we have Public Works and Utilities Director Palmisano. Welcome, and whenever you are ready, feel free to begin.
Good evening. There it goes. Okay. Hi, Steve Palmisano, Director of Public Works and Utilities, and I'm here with Danielle Green, our Principal Engineer, who's going to give us an overview and report on the Airport Freedom Sewer Trunk Replacement Project. With that, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, good evening. I'll be talking a little bit about the Airport Freedom Trunk Sewer Replacement Project. Before I get into the specifics of the project itself, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background of how we selected this as a high priority project for the city. This is kind of a simple schematic of our existing sewer system. This is zoomed into city limits. Our sewer system actually does receive flow from 3 surrounding districts, the Pajaro County, Freedom County, as well as Salsa Puertas. And in 2007, we all joined together to produce a sanitary sewer system capacity study. And so we hired MWH to prepare that study. They brought in flow meters to measure various points in the system during dry weather flows and wet weather flows, and kind of get a handle on what our existing capacity is. And I have this nice, pretty picture here that summarizes it for us. And you can see they've highlighted in red, there were 3 main areas of concern where our existing sewer system was undersized. So the first we addressed most of with the Westlake Sewer Project. It was completed a few years ago. The other one is the Mañana Lane Sewer Project, which construction is complete, and I believe earlier on the agenda you had an item to close out the change orders for that project, to wrap it up. So the last red spot left to address is the Airport Freedom Sewer Project, and that's what I'm going to get into a little bit tonight. So when they prepared this study for us, I can bring this up. This shows a little bit more detail. And it looks a little complex, but I can walk you through it. So if you were to take the sewer system, and to line it up end to end, so the highest end being Buena Vista, and then it continues through the airport property and down to Cary Avenue, that's what the profile would look like. So the sewer itself is that thicker blue line. The vertical tube-looking things are the representations of the manholes. The green line at the top is the existing surface elevation, and the critical piece of information is that thin blue line there. That shows the projected hydraulic grade line, which essentially the closer that gets to the ground surface, obviously you have a potential for sewer overflows, which of course we want to avoid. So the study really showed us that this portion of our sewer system is undersized, and so we selected Harrison Associates to go ahead and proceed with this design. In the original study, this is the project that, as they recommended it, this is a straightforward remove and replace, just upsizing the existing size to 15 and 18 inch. So before we went forward with that approach, we wanted to consider a couple of things that we have run into in the existing system. One of them is access for our city collections crews to perform maintenance on the existing lines. I've highlighted here in yellow for you The sewer actually goes through easements that we have through private property, which makes it difficult for our crews to get access to clean it and TV the lines. So that's something that we currently deal with the existing alignment. And then the other piece that we wanted to look at is, although the downstream end there collects flows from the area that I've highlighted on Freedom Boulevard there, that existing sewer would not be addressed in this project. And so we wanted to investigate the condition of that sewer before we went forward with this alignment. And sure enough, what we found was not great. It's, as I mentioned, it's an existing 6-inch sewer line, which is rather small for the amount of business and industry that we have on Freedom Boulevard. And then we also found several sags, cracks in the clay pipe, and even a couple of holes in the top of the pipe, which would eventually turn into potholes on Freedom Boulevard. So it was certainly time to address this existing sewer as well. And so that's how we came to the final design, which is the alignment that you see here in red. So there's a few benefits to this alignment. I just wanted to walk you through. So as I mentioned, the yellow is the alignment as it currently exists. And by moving it out to Birchall and Freedom Avenue, our crews will have access through city streets. So it'll be easier for them to maintain the line, address any breaks that may come down the road. Let's see, additional benefit, as I mentioned, it'll take care of the existing 6-inch along Freedom that needs to be addressed. The way we intend to do that is to tie in the existing laterals from the existing 6-inch into the new alignment, and that will allow us to abandon the existing 6-inch in place. The other benefit, that circle there on the overview map is actually one of our water reservoirs. There's also a well in the airport property there, and the existing sewer is in close proximity to it, and highlighted it there. The existing material is actually asbestos cement pipe, and although it's not hazardous since it's intact and not friable, certainly whenever you have the opportunity to get that out of the ground, it's always a benefit. And then finally, road work ahead, literally. So we have a couple of road repair projects planned over the next few years. The first would be the next leg of Green Valley Road, I believe from Cary up to city limits. And then I think it's for 2022 would be the next segment of Freedom Boulevard from Alta Vista to Green Valley. And then, of course, once those are done, is the next phase of Freedom Boulevard repaving, which would be from Green Valley to Airport Boulevard. So this project will allow us to get in ahead of these, address our underground sewers so that when we fix the paving and make it a great roadway to drive on, we don't have to then dig it up and fix our sewers. So that was a big benefit as well. So just a couple of highlights about the project itself. It's just over 6,000 linear feet of 15 and 18-inch PVC pipe. They would be installing it through both pipe bursting, which is a trenchless method of installation, as well as the traditional open cut method. It is a rather deep excavation in parts, particularly on Birchall Avenue and Freedom Boulevard. It varies from 10 feet deep to, in some places, almost 20 feet deep. So it is a technically complicated project. We've also required that portions of it be completed at night in the busiest sections of Green Valley and Freedom to mitigate impacts to traffic on those roads. And as if that wasn't enough, we also, as you probably know, the airport is a potential habitat for tar plant, which is a protected species. So we have specific environmental mitigations that we need to follow to be able to work in that area. A little bit on the financing side. So we do have a Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan in place. It's a low-interest loan with the state, payable over a 20-year term. And in addition to that, because a lot of this alignment is through Freedom County and flows from Freedom County, we have an agreement in place with them to share just about half of the cost. So we'll front the loan agreement, and then they have agreed to reimburse us over the life of the loan for their portion. Because it's over $600,000, we have, it was subject to the project labor agreement. And then getting down to the dollars. So we put it out to bid in July. The engineer's estimate was around $3.3 million. And these are the bids we received. We received 5 bids. Phoenix Electric Company was the apparent low bid at just under $3 million. However, we did run into a bid protest with them. So KJ Woods was the second low bid, and it's a little bit complicated, but they were protesting because in our bid forms, we required the contractors to list their experience and qualifications that they submit with the bid to prove that they're qualified to perform the work. Phoenix Electric actually listed all projects that had been completed by KJ Woods. We followed up with the agencies that they had listed. They confirmed that they were in fact KJ Woods projects. So their explanation was that they had hired a project manager from KJ Woods that did those projects, but that doesn't meet our bid form requirements. So we had to write them a letter considering them non-responsive, and they withdrew their bid. So that leaves us with KJ Woods as the lowest responsive bidder. And so their bid is $4.248 million, which is just under $3 million more than the estimate. However, we have had a few conversations with the SRF loan folks, and they have expressed to us that there won't be an issue increasing the amount of the loan, assuming that we meet the credit, which we're confident that we will be able to meet that. So, it's a higher project cost, but the SRF folks are willing to work with us. So what they recommended that we do, and therefore we're recommending, is that we go ahead and award the project to KJ Woods in the amount of $4,248,000. And then once that is done, authorize city manager to execute the contract once we have approval from the SRF folks that the loan will be increased. So that's what we're asking for today. If you would indulge me a little bit, since I have a captive audience here, I just wanted to share a few more of the exciting sewer projects that we're working on. Coming soon. So, Roach Road Sewer Replacement Project, you saw before you a few months ago, we awarded that to Pacific Underground Construction. They have started construction. We just completed potholing. We did find a couple of unforeseen utility conflicts, so we're working through those, but we do expect to still reach completion by the end of October, early November. This very detailed and hard to read map is from our city GIS system. So we have all of our city sewer lines mapped in our GIS, and it's broken down into smaller sub-basins based on where they drain to. They don't follow district lines, it follows where the sewers flow. So to help orient you with that, this is Freedom Boulevard there, we have Main Street there, and then it's boxed in at the bottom by East Beach Street. So the reason we selected this particular basin to do a more detailed study on is our collections crew maintains a list of what they call maintenance hotspots. So anytime that they get multiple calls to a site or reports of backups or need to maintain the line more frequently than other locations, it goes on the list. And currently that list is about 75 locations long throughout the city, and this particular basin has about 30 of them. So we thought this would, looking at this area would help us narrow in on some of our most difficult maintenance spots in the city. So we have Hydroscience working on a study for us. They're putting together a model for us. We have our collections crews have been great at diligently videoing all these lines, which is a lot of work, as you can imagine, but that will allow us to assess the condition of them. And at the end of the study, we'll have a list of recommended improvements to address these maintenance issues, along with estimated budgets. So we expect that in probably around the spring, so I'm sure we'll be back to report on that. Another exciting venture that we're working on is flow monitoring infiltration tracking program. We've currently implemented it under the Subbasin 7 study, but once that's complete, we plan to continue to use it throughout the city. And this is a really exciting technology for us. You can see the crews are installing it there. It's very mobile. It doesn't take a lot of tools to install it, but what it will do is will allow us to pinpoint where infiltration is getting into our sewer system during wet weather events. So then that it can be an indication of cracks or storm drains that shouldn't be connected to the sewer, things that don't need to be treated. So we're excited to get some data on that after this wet weather season. Another smaller but important project is pump station safety improvements. On the right there is a picture of one of our current pump station wet wells. And so we want to add a safety handrail around the wet wells so that when it's open, our crews are safe, able to work safely and complete their task. So that's an estimated cost of $50,000. It's currently out to bid. And then the last item is, I think we've mentioned in previous meetings, the wastewater master plan. Although the focus is mostly on the wastewater treatment plant itself, we did have a task to assess the condition of all of the pump stations throughout the city. So that's structural, mechanical, electrical instrumentation, and it's going to give us a good idea of what CIP projects we may have down the road to address some of the issues that we find. Just an interesting side note on the picture there on the right, that's actually about 7 feet deep inside the wet well, and we were able to get that picture with a 360-degree camera, which was fairly inexpensive, about $300, with a nice long pole, so it allows us to get in there, get a good picture of what's going on without having to have our guys go in under a confined space entry, which has risks. So good tool, nice and cost effective, and that's what we've been up to in the sewer world. And just a reminder again of what we're requesting this evening. So if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any technical clarifying questions from council? Councilwoman Garcia and then Councilman Hurst.
In terms of creating the new line, you mentioned that you would abandon the 6-inch line. What does that mean?
So it would save us some costs, so we'll leave it in the ground and then fill it with like a low-density slurry so that it'll protect the road from caving in. So it'll fill in that void of the pipe, but we leave it in place because obviously having to dig that up and then repave would add a lot more to the cost.
Thank you.
Councilman Hurst.
Can you tell us how the residents of Freedom and Saucy Puentes and Paro will financially participate in this project? Can you fill us in a little bit more on that sharing of costs?
Sure. I don't know if you want to take that one. It's more they pay a portion of our fees, right? And
Right.
you can explain that.
Yeah, basically we actually brought to council some months ago an agreement with Santa Cruz County, who runs the Freedom County Sanitation District. And so we have an agreement with them to essentially pay half of the cost of this project. So that funding will come out of the sewer fees that they pay on their utility bills through the county and then back to us. Does that make sense?
Is it based upon total flow or number of hookups, or what's the metric?
We basically did a 50-50 cost share, just to keep it simple. So
Good, I hope that'll work for us.
I think it will, yeah.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First question, in the airport area, and you mentioned some of asbestos pipes. Is this company equipped to deal with that? Is that going to be dug up?
Yes, you need a certification, which they have, but it's not considered a hazardous material unless it becomes friable. So there are special handling methods for it, but KJ Woods is qualified to do that.
Okay. Having worked in the industry, and I've seen it done where they use excavators, and as best operator they can be, sometimes still cracks and breaks these pipes, and it becomes friable. And I just want to make sure that the worker is going to be well equipped and protected when this operation is going under. And
Yeah,
the
definitely.
contractor isn't
They're-
just gonna smash and go, and you're not there watching.
Yes,
you know?
yes,
'Cause there is some contractors that'll just smash and go and say, well, we didn't see no pipe. And
Yeah, no, I've personally worked with KJ Woods before, so they're very conscientious and technically capable to do this project. And specifically to the asbestos handling, they are required to submit a full asbestos handling plan along with their certifications that the staff that will be handling it has been properly trained, and then they'll have all their, necessary plastic wrap, tape wrap, special bins, all the signage for that.
And on the airport issue, because that is next to a landing strip, right? Entryway, is that going to be coordinated with the airport? Is there going to be meeting the requirements for the airport standards?
Yes, definitely. They are aware of the project. We'll make sure to include them in the pre-construction meeting. And we also added requirements into the specifications that, any special beacons that are required or coordination with the airport be included in the cost. So.
And one question for educational purposes, this is a PLA, is this signed prior to the award or after the award for the agreement?
I believe it's built into the contract itself, so they sign it when they sign the contract.
Okay. And then the last one, you showed on your screen where you had the red lines, and you had a third one, fourth one. It was a really small speck. And it looked like it was in my district area, or in Rebecca's or somebody, or Trina's. Or Ari's.
It's the master plan slide.
It's just where you had you see that little one up in the right corner?
Yeah.
What is that?
That,
It's
I think
red and orange.
that might be in Salsa Puertas, which I think, I
Lake
think
County?
they're aware of that, and they have a project planned for that, but I think it's out of our city limits, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because that map's kind of small, so I was kind of just.
Yeah.
All right, thanks you.
Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
Yes, I know we've done the project labor agreement in the past, and there are several council members that weren't involved when that was made. Could you elaborate a little bit more about the project labor agreements, what that entails, how that works in some of the bidding process that we have for some of these projects, please? Just educate the council.
Sure, yeah, I'll take a stab at it, and then you can fill in the gaps there. But essentially, any project valued over $600,000 and that involves more than 3 trades, which this one does, is required to have the city's project labor agreement included in the contract. So essentially, any contractor that submits a bid for a project with the PLA is signing on to essentially join the union for the duration of the project, is my understanding. Yeah. So non-union contractors typically don't submit bids on it. We in fact got 3 responses to the invitation to bid from non-union underground contractors that said they were interested in the project and would have submitted a bid, but for the PLA, for whatever.
Were those bidders local?
Two of them were. One was MP, Monterey Pacific Engineering, and the other was Don Chapin Company.
So we have local that, in our process, if it were not to be a union, was still prevailing wages, which, would they be about the same rate as a union anyway? I mean, in terms of the requirements?
Mm-hmm. So all public works projects are required to be meet certified payroll, so prevailing wage, and submit certified payrolls to the Department of Industrial Relations. And so, and that includes, benefits, hiring apprentices for the project, all the using my words here. Basically the prevailing wage system kind of equalizes it for everybody so that you don't have non-union contractors paying below prevailing wage.
Yeah, and I guess one of the concerns that I do have is we have local vendors that are being shut out of our market because of this as being one of their restrictions, and how complex it is for them to try to join or have their staff join and move it around to make this work. And that's what frustrates me, that we have outside of area vendors coming in when the money's not being redistributed locally with our local employees that are from our own community being able to do the work, that they've got the capability, especially if we've already got the prevailing wage requirements and ordinance language. So it does concern me that we're hearing from local vendors that say that they won't work with Watsonville because of this type of overlay. And in the past, we've had the PLAs, to just go back on the Manana was a project labor agreement, and it went out to bid, just so that we have a little bit of history. It went out to bid, and then it was pulled because of the PLA versus the federal money, and it came back with the same vendor. The vendor ended up increasing the price of their bid by, I think, 20%. It was a significant increase, and on our consent agenda today was the 5th or the 6th update of a bid that was higher with only one bid because of the PLA restrictions. And so that Manana Lane project was 30% higher even after one bid made the offer on that particular Manana Lane, as a result of being restrictive of being able to bid locally when they're not a union shop that can still professionally do the service. So one of the other questions that then mixes in with this one is, since the other one was almost a 30% increase in the cost, and we're at 4.2 million on this one, what are we doing to ensure we don't see something like that occur with this project, with a 30% overage? That, based on the soils or the timing, or they didn't discover that there were things underground when they went into those areas. What assurance are we giving the public that we're not going to be going with 30% over on something like this? And then, of course, costing the consumer a lot more for the cost of getting this work done.
Sure. And it's a two-part approach, in my opinion. So a lot of it is in the upfront work. So I think because of Manana Lane and some of the conditions they encountered, we did some additional soil borings along this alignment to try to capture and provide more information to the contractor, because changes come up mostly due to unforeseen conditions. And unfortunately, with underground work, you can do all there's a cost benefit to, to be sure that there's no conflicts. You really kind of have to dig the whole alignment, which there's a cost benefit to that. But we've done our due diligence. We actually had a locating firm through Harris locate all the utilities that we could find along the way. But certainly it is a technically difficult project. I'm sure there will be some change orders. We will certainly try to minimize that. And I think in the next council meeting, we're planning on bringing a contract for a construction management firm to provide inspection services on it. So that will also help as well, having full-time inspection, keeping track of any change conditions, making sure that any costs that are submitted are actually justified. Not that they weren't on manana, but just it helps keep the project moving.
And that would be in addition to this particular cost to bring in the management firm to oversee this project. And how much more would then be the cost of, or the increase as a result of bringing in management to oversee this? What are we assuming that cost to look like?
The proposal we have, I think, is $330,000, which is, I think, 8%.
Yeah, 7-8% over the cost of this one, just to oversee the project. And the other part of it too was not over the overages, but the other things that came along. Will this be? The Manana Lane was, there were extra costs involved. I'm just wanting to make sure we've wrapped up everything in here in terms of what we expect this project to complete, so that we don't have it, oh, well, we've got 75% there, we need to go back and ask for more. I mean, that's a significant amount that we're asking the consumers to pay for and go out and finance. So I just want to ensure that we're getting everything inclusive that we need to, so that we don't go back and overage a project by over 30%. And that my frustration is that it should be a competitive process, and I don't care who gets the deal, but I always want to have local, and it should be a competitive process. And whether it's PLA or not, I even think that there's been some issues in the past with the language terminology between the different PLAs, between a PLA that a bid brought in on, like Freedom Boulevard, for example, to the language of our PLA, which makes it very difficult to have the one document that works cohesively on the projects that are the union projects. And I would want to see us being able to go back and allow these projects to be bid out with our locals, so that we know the money is recirculated back into this community. So that's how I feel about these projects, which I feel are more costly because the competition has been reduced significantly, and therefore the cost of these projects are costing the consumer that much more money, and having to get financing or having to push off other projects that we would have had in the course of the capital improvement projects lists. So, and I think that city manager has some comments on that.
If I could chime in just really quickly, Mayor and Council, I do want to acknowledge Councilmember Kaufman Gomez, your concerns about the PLA and impacts it's having on the bidding process. I think we hear you on that, but I also want to just clarify that the Manana Lane project was a good example of when we're doing undergrounding work like this, we came across challenging soil conditions that were unanticipated despite the initial testing that we did. We came across utility lines that were also a surprise as part of the project, and those types of things are not uncommon for this type of undergrounding work. And as staff has pointed out tonight, so it's always a cost benefit. We could spend a significant additional amount of time doing additional testing in advance, right? But that also has a diminishing return at some point. And so I also just want to caution that you will likely see change orders for these other projects that are moving forward because we're dealing with very old pipe and conditions that we encounter along the way that require adjustments to be made. And it's not uncommon for these types of projects.
And I'll leave it with just one other question on here. Because this project is more, I think that you said 3.3 and it came back at a 4.2, and we need to go back to request more money in terms of the financing. What kind of time are we looking at getting that to be achieved in order for this to be rolled out? And what was the rate again, or the duration? How long is the loan? What is the interest rate? What are we financing here?
Sure.
Great. Well, we actually had a call with the state a couple days ago, and it turns out that we're approved. They just have to run our credit again, but we know kind of financially from our own internal financial analysis that'll be fine. So we have plenty of credit. So essentially, they basically said we're good for this additional amount. And so we are planning on that. And they also said if we needed more, they would have more for us for this particular project. So that's all really good news. And then just to touch on the change order piece, we essentially plan on 20 to 25% change orders for any underground work that we do because of there is so much old and unknown infrastructure under the ground that we always run into it, and we feel relieved when it doesn't happen, but we kind of plan on it happening. So anyway, that's kind of where it's at.
So the interest rate and the duration of the loan?
It's a 20-year loan and about a 1.6%.
That's not bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
And the Dig Once policy is a big deal, too. I mean, we've done a lot of construction on Freedom Boulevard, and to do this prior to doing pavement on the other, the Dig Once policy is really beneficial for us to see where our money's going and that it's being spent wisely and doing it in the right levels, right layers at a time. Thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez?
I just want to move this forward.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilman Hurst?
Well, in regards to this last set of discussions, nothing prevents non-union shops or anybody else from bidding on these things. It's their choice whether they want to join in or not. And I would point out that one of the bidders on this was a local bidder, Granite Rock Construction. And so, what's been said about driving up the cost and local labor and such, that the contractor is going to be buying materials locally, that they're going to be employing local people as well. And so, we need these projects done correctly so we don't have to go back and do them again. So that's one reason that quality costs a little bit more sometimes.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. I'm going to open it up to the public for input and comments on this item at this moment. Welcome.
Welcome, Mayor. Ron Cheshire, Monterey Santa Cruz Building Trades Council. All of us would like to see local contractors utilized, but federal and state law prohibits it. Okay? You want to sit down, you want me to send you the law, I'll send you the law. We've basically researched this for years. It comes up in almost every community, and we almost have to tell every elected official that it can't be done. But what can be done is you can utilize local workers, and the best way to do that is through a project labor agreement. Earlier this evening, I told you that 55% of the apprentices in Santa Cruz County come from this community. It's because you've provided some opportunities. We've had 6 project labor agreements in 5 years. This is the largest one, and we're happy to do it. But what's happened is these workers that have got into the trades, got into apprenticeship from your community, have taken opportunities in other communities to work around the area and such. One night I even had to remind former council member Rios that, yes, some of your citizens go as far away as San Francisco to work, and it's really too bad that they have to make all that money up there and bring it home and spend it, isn't it? And he knew exactly what I meant. So, 2 of the companies that you've mentioned don't have any of those apprentices in this area, in the 2-county area. One of the contractors that you mentioned has had habitual violations in regards to prevailing wages. You want to use them? You go right ahead. But project labor agreements do more than just to provide local opportunities for workers and training opportunities. It goes to prevent unscrupulous contractors from coming in, taking advantage of the system and such. Okay? And, there's nothing that we can do in regards to how a contractor bids. But, if you bid a project out and then you have to pull it back and you rebid it, well, I guarantee you in the environment that we've lived in the last couple of years, you could expect an increase. That's not our fault, okay? I guarantee you that's, the contractor and his figuring out the job. So we do the best around here that we can. We want to continue to work with the city. I've heard basically these concerns in the past, and we're willing to address them in any way we can. But what I want to do is work with you and move forward and see how we can get more citizens in training, in good jobs, in good careers, where they're making decent wages and benefits to where they can be best citizens that Watsonville ever had. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for you. When you have these kind of agreements, PLAs with the contractors, as the building trades, do you guys ensure that they have a percentage of workers, local hands, versus importing their crews?
Well, we have had on some of the agreements, but you know, what you have to understand is that the contractors that are working under a project labor agreement have to abide by the terms and conditions of the respective collective bargaining agreements of the trades that they're working. And what that means is that they have to go ahead and abide by their local hiring hall rules and such. And the workers that are being taken in, provided for these jobs are coming from the local hiring halls that supply the workers in this area.
I ask you this, and
Just two ways to answer your question.
Okay.
Is there's that, and then, yes, we have set percentages. A lot of times, up in the San Francisco Bay Area, 30% was sort of the standard, because you just can't say that you need 100% of the workers from Watsonville. It just doesn't happen. It's not the market around here. But on the Salinas Union High School District project, they were required 50%, unheard of in the state of California. Not only did we meet it, we exceeded it. We're over 75%.
So I guess a follow-up question on that, is there any way that the city can try to improve the PLAs so there's a better leverage for our local workers to be working on job sites that are PLAs?
I think we could probably sit down and discuss that issue, yes.
Yeah, and I say this because I worked in the construction industry, I retired from the construction industry, and I worked in underground, and so I understand the obstacles we run into, because the excavator gets to a point where he can't dig, and then it has to be hand dug, and I was the person sometimes that I'd do that hand digging. But also, I was that same person that commuted to San Francisco to work and come back, and I understand the importance of bringing back that money to my community and spending it here. But I also understand the importance of having the folks work here locally and not giving them that opportunity. So, and that's why I'm asking you those questions, because I was just wondering if we can improve on the PLAs, or is there any other programs that we can implement with the building trades?
Like I said, we're willing to sit down and discuss it, and you know that project labor agreements are basically the only vehicle by which you can require local workers to be utilized on a project.
Yeah, because I know the city of San Francisco has certain requirements.
Yes.
To hire local, and, you know, one of the things that you need to understand also, when a prevailing wage doesn't mean that that person's getting health and welfare, they're just getting a prevailing wage. And sometimes they're not getting those benefits, and sometimes that's the big difference.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or input from the public on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. Manny Pinero, Monterey Santa Cruz County Building Construction Trades. One thing here, Mr. Mayor, city council members, city staff, want to acknowledge him. One of the bidders up here in this slide that was shown has done business and his domicile to the city of Watsonville. All of you should be proud of. They've been here 119 years. Come February 14th this next year, they've been here 120 years. I worked for that company, and the majority of their workers are born and raised here in Watsonville. So the materials that this project's going to provide is going to come right here in your backyard from a company that's been doing business here for over 119 years, going to be 120. That's something to be proud of. And do they do darn good work? They do. These other two ones you mentioned got a lot to be desired. And they're notorious for not paying workers properly. It's well known. I'd like to leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to address council on this issue? Seeing none, I will close the public input portion. and ask for a motion from council. Councilman Hernandez?
I'd like to make the motion for moving forward the $4.248 million bid award to KJ Woods Construction for Airport Freedom Trunk Sewer Replacement Project.
Second that.
Councilman Hernandez, since you made the motion, would you like to make any further comments on the issue?
I just think that we need to make sure that we move forward with a lot of these old water projects that we have. Some of them are dated, I don't know how far back, probably 50 years, I would say, but we need to make sure that we move forward and probably move forward with the ones that have, I call them the biggest worst, right? And that's probably what you guys are referring to in terms of the ones that get the most service calls. When you guys were talking about that, and I didn't see my area, I just thought about it and I said, I never seen any overflows in my area, actually. So let's go ahead, get it taken care of, and let's get it done with the best possible workers that we can.
Thank you. Any other further deliberations on the motion? Councilman Hurst?
Well, when it comes to sewer work, nothing else in the city works well if the sewers don't work. So this is important, and it's important that it be done correctly, that it be done right, and provide many opportunities for apprentices and folks learning a trade and our union labor workforce as well. So let's go.
Thank you. Councilwoman Parker?
Steve, I want to ask a question. I remember you making a comment about how many years it's going to take to replace all the pipes, and then you got to start again. It's kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge. They paint it, and as soon as they finish it, they start again. How many years was that? Do you remember offhand?
We have 100, on our water line system, we have about 180 miles of water lines, and we are currently, our goal is to replace 2 miles a year. So that's about,
And it gets more expensive every year.
Yeah, so it's about.
So we get it done, that's a good thing.
We're keeping up with it, and, some of our pipes are 75, 80, 90 years old, and, so we are kind of keeping up with that replacement.
And the city's working with an algorithm also that's created by one of our
Right,
IT.
we have a prioritization matrix that engineering with IT combined, have come up with how to prioritize those pipes.
It's so great. So thank you, yes, I'm in full support.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, there's a motion on the floor made by Councilman Hernandez, seconded by Councilman Gonzalez, approving the resolution awarding $4,248,000 bid to KJ Woods Construction Incorporated for the Airport Freedom Trunk Sewer Replacement Project, contingent upon execution of a final budget approval financing amendment by the State Water Board Clean Water State Revolving Fund staff, and authorizing a budget appropriation of an additional $992,000 in CWRF loan revenues and $948,000 in expenditures from the Water Enterprise Fund. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Hoffman Gomez,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hurst,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes, motion passes, and we thank you for your presentation and your time. We greatly appreciate it. Item 12, we will continue with presentations in oral communications, and we will have oral communications from the council. And let's start with Councilman Hurst.
Well, I don't have much to say tonight because I'm on the quiet side these days. But, somebody who used to sit here right in front row who's no longer with us, Rita Hart, she's got a birthday coming up. Well, she would have had a birthday coming up. And I understand there's going to be some kind of celebration for her. I don't have all the details, but it's going to be on her birthday, October 9th.
Oh, 9th, yeah. Thank you. Councilwoman Parker.
I just want to say I had a great time last week with the students from Kawakami. Did I pronounce that right? Yes. And It was well supported by the city council, and the kids were just great. And then the next day at the commissioners' barbecue, I had a fabulous time. And it's a great thing to be able to say thank you to all these people who do for their city and for their neighborhoods and don't get paid for it. They just come out and work. Thank you.
Well said. Councilwoman Garcia?
You will hear many of my colleagues saying different activities they attended, and I attended many of them, but what I want to share is that at our October 27th council meeting, on a vote of 6-1, the council adopted a resolution that I had requested to support safe and affordable housing for renters. Unfortunately, some people in the community thought it was rent control, which it isn't. For rent control, it has to be voted by the people. This was just a resolution. I want to share that I met with two representatives from the Santa Cruz County Association of Realtors, and I explained to them how this resolution was going to support the landlord initiative that we want to develop. They asked questions, and they, in the end, were very pleased and are looking forward to working with the city to create a process to protect renters and also to support landlords. This is going to be a long-term effort, but together we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
Yes, I'll make it short. Fairs this week, starts tomorrow. Let's go. We do have a member that's a not a contestant, but a judge for the apple pie. So enjoy the apple pie tomorrow.
I love apple pie.
And our firefighters are doing the barbecue tomorrow. What time does the barbecue start? Make sure we know that. And there's an ice cream social following that. Is that at 12? Just making sure? Noon. Seniors. Yes, seniors for the noon tomorrow fairgrounds, seniors. We've got the barbecue and ice cream social.
Awesome. Councilman Gonzalez?
All right, mine's going to be long, but we have plenty of time still. This is an early night for us still, so. Now, first thing, Metro. Metro's looking for commissioners for the MAC commission, and this looks at helping out the feedback on the upcoming issues and riders' needs and service changes. So anybody that's interested in becoming a commissioner, that's available. So you can apply through Metro. Also, Metro is hiring bus drivers. We need bus drivers to create more routes. The other thing we got going is the RTC has the alternative analysis study still going on, right? It's still going on, so you can still give your inputs for that, and that's the rail trail, and what kind of vehicle we want on our rail system, and, is that correct?
Let me help you support. It's an ad hoc committee, and we are going for this next year evaluating whether to put a train or to put a bus as the option for the mass rapid transit within that corridor. And that study will take place this next year.
Yeah, but we need to make sure that they understand it's not just a diesel train. There's high-tech trains out there. And we should hopefully have a demonstration on a vehicle that's going to be coming to us, and we're pushing to have a demonstration here in Watsonville. So we're really going for that, and hopefully the RTC is supporting us on that, and we can get that accomplished, and we'll be able to see a high-tech electrical train that makes no noise here for a demonstration. Last, one other thing, fall ball. Pajaro Valley Little League is going to be starting their fall ball coming up. So for those kids that are, and their parents that have their kids sitting down doing the computers, they can go out there one day a week, depending on the age. And we go from 7 years old to 11-year-olds. And it's various days. It's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's available out there. I'll be doing Fridays for 7 and 8-year-olds, so I hope to see some kids out there and practicing a little bit of baseball. That's a wrap.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
So the 16th of September celebrations are going to be this Sunday. The Fiestas Patrias is going to be here at the plaza on Sunday, September 15th from 11:30 till 5 p.m. The Cadetes are going to be playing, and on Thursday, October 3rd at 6 p.m. here next door. We're having the first-time homebuyers and renters fair. So mark it on your calendar.
Yeah.
Can I add one that
Sure.
one went by? On September 19th, the last Music in the Plaza event. It's going to be the Santa Cruz Symphony with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District with Esperanza de Valle will be performing that day. I hope to see a lot of folks out there. And there's also going to be the reception at the Pajaro Valley Arts Gallery between 3:30 and 5:30. We can see some nice art, meet the artists, meet the musicians, and meet some students. And all is welcome. And so it should be a great, great event.
Awesome, thank you. I have a few announcements. I attended a couple of back-to-school nights the last 2 weeks. They were great. Mr. Daniel Dodge Jr. showed me around, and I really enjoyed that, and I'm hoping to do that in the next few years. Coastal Cleanup Day, September 21st. We'll see you there. This Thursday, we'll have a film, Youth Unstoppable, here in the community room. Thursday as well, we have a PBUSD Foundation fundraiser at Jalisco's. We have the Youth Climate Protest, September 20th, 3 o'clock in La Plaza. Discovery Farm is having a fundraiser, September 21st. Food What fundraiser, September 22nd. I have the Mayor's Bike Ride on Saturday, 10 a.m. in front of the Buddhist Temple. And Regeneración is having an open house September the 25th, 11 a.m. We hope to see you there. Okay. Moving on to item 13 on the agenda, emergency items added to the agenda. There were none. Item 14, requests and scheduling of future agenda items. Do we have any requests? Okay. And item 15, I move to adjourn. Thank you. Have a good night and drive safe. We'll see you in 2 weeks, September the 24th. Bye. All right.